as I say, give me a disgusting helmet. That's not it. Try again. Oh shit!
It's fine. What's the worst that can be? Oh, fuck, cunt. Did not work at all.
Why, hello. How's everybody doing? Remember that helmet that was disgustingly good? Maybe? Maybe, but also no. Alright. Reforge Chaos, hit 3 notables. That's the job here. 3 notables. It almost doesn't matter what they are. Like that, exactly like that, but with 1 more. Close. Oh. Yeah. It's not that good anymore. It's actually quite easy to make. You're right. Oh, come on. We nearly hit it like 3 times. Oh. You know, that's really tempting. It's got life and strength and chaos. It's not it though. Grimoth would be fantastic. Ah. All right. Do we have fossils? Let's see if I can make it with that. Chaos. Yes. I'm putting in solar stuff on the SRS, which is just I'm still having problems getting my tabula. Well, you shouldn't be farming a tabula. And the fact that you're farming a tabula tells me you're not ready for solo self-found. There's no shot. No one stops to farm a tabula. Just for the clarity's sake, let's see, where's Cage? Where's, all right, not Cage. What's the lowest tier card map that we can run this league for a 6-link? I forget. But all of the card maps like Cage and Pen and like all of the ones that you can like farm all the 6-link cards in for like real bases, if you go to any of those maps, you will build 3 6-links before you finish farming a tabula. That's how much rarer they made humility cards several leagues back. It's ridiculous. It takes so long to farm a tabula that no one does it anymore. You will actually just build 3 full real 6-links from the normal 6-link cards in maps before you get 1 tabula. Like, immediately leave. Never stop to farm a tabula again. It's actually bullshit. That being said, if you're in solo self-found, I hope you've done the Guardian version. Because the Guardian version is way more solo self-found friendly. Way more. Is so much stronger. The poison one, the entire thing is built around the sword. And if you don't have the sword, you're just a weak minion build waiting for the sword to appear. In a trade league, that's fine. By day 2, the sword is 20C. In solo self-found, you have to farm your own chalupas. Those only happen in tier 14s. And you have to farm your own one until you get a poison sword. And that's miserable. That's not how I wanted that to work. Oh, that would be perfect if it hit a notable. Kaboom! That'll do it. That'll do nicely. Done. I told you that was one of the easiest clusters to make, right? Hey, Karatha. Thank you for the raid. I know this was... I wasn't expecting it to be this easy. Okay, here's the problem. I don't have any passive points. I don't have any life. I have no survivability. Where do I even pull points to put into a passive cluster? I should have planned this build better, man. I should have planned this build better. Immortal build, by the way. Well, eventually. Just not right now. Like he's using items from 3 builds. Well, the worst part is my wand, which is, this is just the best wand we came up with so far. Like, it's only 449 DPS. Which is not great. But you can see what I'm going for, right? Like, you can see how it pays off eventually. Actually, attacks you to crit. I'm not a crit build. This is a poison build. Also, spell power doesn't scale to poison at all, so I can't use spell damage stuff. Have a good stream on web. See ya. Is it fucked? Oh no, this was always the plan. So the spell damage is only half the reason that Kinetic Bolt of Fragmentation is good. The other half of the reason is all multiples of these projectiles can hit the same target. So I fire out 10 projectiles. They all hit the sniper's marked target. They all split. They all return. They all hit again. And then I get this much added chaos for every single hex that's on an enemy. And then all hexes are on an enemy. So there's 10 of them essentially. Although there's not right now. There's only 6 or 7 or something. But there will be 10. So there'll be 10 times that. That'll be 370 to 710 chaos damage. Plus the woke added chaos. Plus hopefully a better wand. It should be quite high on the DPS when I get there.
Get your Magic Flame characters ready.
At BalorMage, is Guardian better this league for PSRS than Witch generally speaking?
The answer to the question you meant to ask is yes. The answer to the question you did ask is absolutely not. This league, I think Guardian is better than Necromancer for SRS. But not for PSRS, which is Poison SRS. If you're doing Poison SRS, you're still a Necromancer. Right now, I can only survive in yellow maps. But, let's see. There's a few, oh yeah, Fury Veil's no good for this. No good for this. I don't understand what points I didn't have last level. I feel like I need every single, I don't necessarily have to have that one. I could swap both dual sockets and connecting point will get you 4. Swap both dual sockets. What? Oh, as in take my jewel. I can't really, I mean, that's just a 1-pointer because I need the power charge. But taking the jewel and taking this instead of the travel. And just put the same jewel in the end there. So I can't really drop this one because the power charge is like important, right? It's just part of this. Oh, I can take that one. Oh, that's a good thought. I can take those back later. I'm using last rites of Whispers of Doom. What would Whispers of Doom do? Whispers of Doom does nothing. Your curse limit is equal to your power charge limit. So +1 power charge doesn't do anything. I have to rethink this though, because I was over here originally because I thought the Ellie from a triple Ellie wand would actually be pretty impactful, and Elemental Overload does affect poison applied by elemental damage, it does make it do more damage. Elemental overload's really good for that. We used to use it in poison spark, for instance, all the time. But it seems like a majority of my damage is actually coming from just the added chaos and the helmet together, and not so much from the actual wand. So now I don't have to be over here, which leads me to think that I should probably cut it all the way back to here and find a better use for those points. But right now I had always planned on using this mastery to get my poison cap, so I don't know where I'm going to get 20% more poison cap from. There is a curse cluster here that's good, but it's also in an awkward location. So I think a better solution is to just solve poison cap with either jewels or like a 25% suffix on the wand or like something like that. So I don't need this cluster and literally drop all the way back here. Drop those life nodes and those curse nodes and all of that. And I think a much better use of all of that will be coming into here to grab shit like that and this. I think that'll be a far more useful point. There's all the life that I would be giving up, I would get back, and then I'd get this dot multi area and entropy. Probably. Maybe. Or coming down here and getting this and the projectile speed, which would also be really good. If all damage can poison, would it be better to have a work cold or something with higher flat damage? Probably. Huh. Advanced trap champs to poison damage over time. What the fuck advanced trap poison build are you making? Oh, Lance's build, right. Right, yep. I already missed the pocket though. So here's the bigger, more interesting thing for me. What if I don't even need an all damage can poison tincture? What if I built a wand that was just like really good flat chaos, really good attack speed, hits can never miss, right? So I don't need accuracy either, because I do have a big accuracy hole that I'm wasting a lot of points fixing, right? Also annoying. This amulet isn't my permanent amulet, so I didn't want to put this on it because it's a silver, and then I never looked into what else I could put on that would be like cheap for now. I guess that's really cheap. Maybe I should just put that on for now. I don't want to use an expensive one on a temporary amulet, but that's pretty cheap. I got 2 blacks, but that's fine. Was it sepia? No. Was it clear? No. Like it was black like something cheap. Shit. What was it? Red. There we go. Yeah. 20% increased effective wither. That's better than nothing. Can you get poison chance for cheap? Yes, but not more than 10%. And I need like 25. So not enough to replace the mastery. To be fair, if it wasn't for the location of this curse wheel, it's actually kind of great because it has enemies cursed by you have 50% reduced life regeneration, and I value that as a stat really high. Oops. An MTX, yes. Oh, those gloves are trash. They're very much not that trash. I mean, I literally need that strength, and the flat is all damage can poison. So it's really not that bad. They are just standing gloves though. Like, they were just put on at level 70 because that's what we have access to. And chains of bind that I should go for? Yes. Chains of bind is what you should try and farm if you're looking solo self-farm for a 6-link. Absolutely. Yes, nest gloves. All right, everybody needs to relax. I was way too high, too low level, and there was no currency and no essences and nothing to craft. I put on what we had. I'm currently wearing the best stuff that we had available. Now I'm getting some levels, and we'll work on crafting some better gear. This is not Trade League. I can't just put on the things that I would like to have on. Yes, I would be wearing Asenaths in the Trade League in a heartbeat. In a heartbeat. Immediately I'd be wearing Asenaths. I have an Asenath. Right, but I can't afford to wear an Asenath because of the other gear. I also have an Asenath. But I needed strength requirements. I needed resistances. I didn't have the availability to wear an Asenath. Not the availability of an Asenath. Just that I couldn't afford to put one on. Right now I'm a Flask finder and I don't even have that one Flask cluster that every Flask finder in existence owns. That's my number one problem that I want to fix right now. Let's just get enough points to get on the one flask cluster that's like deathly important. There we go. We should have game sounds now.
My mana is gone.
Steps and a mage blood. And the extra 30%, right? As well. Yeah. That's gonna be so fast. Oh god, and the more action speed. Jesus Christ. It feels like the only appropriate answer to the question, how fast are you, is yes in that setup. Like there's no value to give. Just how fast are you? Yes. A large cluster we use in this build. I just crafted it. First thing I did today. Craft a large cluster and put it in. Three passive chaos is what I went with. We've got the Rain of Arrows tech. What the fuck, Rain of Arrows tech? I haven't seen any Rain of Arrows tech. I haven't seen it.
My mana is gone.
Huh. It just occurred to me. The power charge on crit support might work for poison in this setup. I think I need to check that. Because one of the biggest reasons I'm squishy right now is because my uptime on my like recoup charges from that belt is pretty shit. It doesn't stay up all the time. When it's up, I'm very tanky, and when it's not up, I definitely can die. I'm definitely significantly less tanky. but they fall off all the time. I wonder if power charge on crit will work.
Well done. Now be a good assistant and find a place to deploy a tower. Exile, are you going to build a tower as I've so kindly requested? Hello? You're making me nervous! Please do not test my limits. Patience is not something I possess great quantities of. Build the tower, Exile. Now.
So yeah, I'm getting like big chunked because I don't have the charges right now.
You're making me nervous!
Still no charges, still no charges, still no charges. I need better charge generation. That's a huge problem. It's the same, I can tank hard if you keep the charges off and otherwise pop. Yeah. Because we don't need to have a ton of energy shield. Right? Because we've already got a fairly decent amount of fizz taken as elemental between those 3 items right there. Right? And we've already got the less damage taken on the cold and fire. The shield is out just because it's a glass cannon trick. It's not useful. It just adds the 2 curses so that I can have 2 more hexes on for a little bit more damage, which is great, but it's a glass cannon trick. I lose too much defenses. The boots might be good, but they don't give absolution charges, do they? Because they're the ones I want. I want the absolution charges from the belt. I don't actually want power charges. Although having power charges would just give me way better absolution charge uptime, like way better. Because the only way I gain is 2 more charges. It does give 2 more charges, but I would also lose the fizz taken as. Don't know. You have a lot of fizz taken as is not like you're getting 100%. I mean, I've got nearly straight up 30 because of this tincture being beside it. It's actually like 28, I think. Something like 20, 29, something like that. Call it 30 and 40. 88% taken as. Remember, this adds 30% effect, and I'm a Flask finder, and I've got some Flask effect nodes I'm nearing, but I'm not at, but I will be at 100% increased effect to Flask. So the 15% here, that's 30. And that's another 40. And this ideally would be another 20. They also go Deadeye and do 500 million DPS. And the idea is that they kill the boss before they can spawn anything, and they farm the Ubers that don't have phases.
Thanks to your Cellarim.
That's what they do. They farm the Ubers that don't have phases with a Deadeye version of this. You're right, there's also some tricksters. You have a 20. It's huge. Thank you. So I actually haven't looked at any other build, by the way. I actually haven't looked at any other PoE content from any other PoE creator at all this entire league. It's a new thing I'm trying where I just don't consume PoE content at all because I get spoiled by what other people are doing, and then I see what they're doing and then I want to do it their way because it looks good, so I don't come up with new ideas. And then on top of that, I just don't want to do things because somebody else has already done it, or somebody's done something similar or something like that, and it's really like anti-fun because I'm just like, oh well, it's already done, so I'm just not looking at what anyone else does. I just figure stuff out. Huge thank you. I also have every intention of putting a Watcher's Eye on for a little bit extra fizz taken as. I think I worked out that if I had a 90%, if I had a 20% shield, that I'd be at 98% fizz damage taken as. Not quite 100, but 98's close enough. Just gonna hit that corrupt. If I hit a corrupt, then I'll be over 100 with a Watcher's Eye, which I don't have yet, but that's fine, don't worry about that. The 30 so it ends up being 28 from the flask. I'm just like rounding to 30, but I shouldn't round for things like that. It is pretty important. It ends up being 38 from the flask. Sorry, 28 from the flask. Is it? Was it 27? It was either 27 or 28. I can't remember now. And then 40, 20, and then a Watcher's Eye. And then, hang on. This is where it gets, this is where I'm supposed to get all the tank from later, but I'm going to need better gear for. Hang on. So there's that, plus the absolution charges, right? Of which I currently have 6. I want to anoint the 7th, and I want to corrupt a helm for the 8th. So there'll be 8 absolution charges, right? Those give 12% recoup per. So 8 times 12% recoup on my energy shield. So that'll be fucking straight up, right? Great mitigation because of these flasks and all the fizz taken as, which is only going to fire and cold, not lightning, right? Which means I only need to run the fire and cold flasks. So that's great. And then this baby right here. Now that does mean I am going to have 70 all resist. But I do have 2 +3 chaos res clusters in, or small clusters, and 1 notable for +1. So 7, so I'll be at 78 chaos res and 70 all res. Oh, it's gorgeous. Did you make your wand? Is that what happened? Okay, here's the problem. This might change what I need. Ah, here's the bigger problem. This is still just a temporary wand for me. Nice. I mean, that's almost identical to this one. That's so close to identical to this one. What the fuck? It's almost the same one twice. Or a flat fizz wand or a tri alley. So tri alley I think is stronger than fizz right this second, but I'm working with what we've got. But that's not what I was thinking at all. I was actually thinking about making a wand with hits cannot be evaded. Hits can't be evaded as a prefix, so I'd be looking for 2 big flat damage rolls and hits can't be evaded, with attack speed and damage over time multi. So that those flat damage types could be any damage types. It actually doesn't matter. It could be high elemental. It could be a high chaos and a lightning. It doesn't matter. Right? I think technically lightning and cold would be the best, just because you would get some chills and shocks mixed in, but it doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter. Yeah, this is what we have. This was already made. I get that. That wasn't at you. That was at the person asking what kind of wand we would want. And I think the answer is 2 flat damages and hits can't be evaded. Because right now we have like next to no accuracy. We're still in an accuracy hole of about 600, which is really high. And I have this mastery, which I don't want. Right? And I have these 4 points, which I also don't want. So I've actively lost a wands fire and additional projectile mastery right now, which is insane. Like, I want that projectile. It hits. That's 10% more damage is what that is. So I want it, but I can't afford it right now. I have to have this accuracy. That and these 4 points. There's a lot. That's a lot of investment in accuracy. Oh yeah, sorry. The projectile alone is 10% more damage. Not to mention the fact that I actually actively do not have the amount of accuracy that I need currently. Even with that investment, I'm still short like 500 accuracy. Which is rough. Oh, don't do that. Actually, you can just go there. It's fine. Ask you a question, how do you sustain RF on a pen and spam build? You just kind of do. I know that's a shit question, but like, shit answer, but like, between the regen that we just have and the consecrated ground giving all of the regen to energy shield and being mind over matter eldritch battery with the regen applying to both, it just kind of happens. Last card I chose to go poison instead of freeze crit. I just really like Pathfinder, and I really wanted to make a poison variant of it. Most people aren't doing that. There's probably a reason for it. I just like experimenting, man. Seeing if I can figure stuff out, solve problems. I just like doing stuff. Oh, I forgot mind over matter. Aha! Yeah. Yeah, no, you'll need mind over matter.
My mana is gone. Beauty will grow from your remains.
While I haven't actively gone out and watched any other content this entire league, I am very aware that there are like 500 million DPS Deadeyes around doing crit versions of it. But like, those things are squishy as fuck. Like, they're super squish. Life tap the mark? Why? Oh, could we fit precision in and life tap the mark? Oh, no. No, sorry. The wand takes, the wand attack takes like 60 mana. No. Done with Torchlight Infinite? No, not at all. I was actually playing a bunch of Torchlight yesterday during a podcast for like 3 hours. I still want to play way more of it. It's really fun. Oh, I wasn't streaming it during the podcast. I was just playing it, but I would love to stream some more of it. Hey, there is a ghostly build. I am not. I am not done with the Rosa. Being able to stand in almost anything and distribute is really good. Yes, this is the main reason I wanted to do it as a poison pathfinder, is for tankiness. Now, right now, I'm not quite as tanky as I wanted to be. Still pretty tanky though, but not quite as tanky as I wanted to be. Mostly, I'm still susceptible to some one-shots, which I'm working on. The original plan was to go Transcendence Lawweave. That was the original plan, but it just didn't happen. We don't have any. We need like double Taken as Watcher's Eyes and Corrupted Shields. Very easy to get. If I was in a trade league, I would have just done it, but I can't just do that. Transcendence Lawweave is like my favorite defensive tech. Oh, like that. I can still get one shot. Also, my Chaos Res is trash right now. So, working on it. I really want this wheel. Could usually be, yeah, if I wanted to get even squishier. Build got 5 bad marionettes and it's great. Yeah, it gets even better. Add 10 players crowd fund. There you go. There's a crowd fund up for more players. Extending's already done. How hard would the marionette build be to make it a private league again? Really easy. You probably are stuck at 6 marionettes instead of 7 in the private league, because it's going to be a little bit harder to get to 25 level Spectre without the raised Spectre replica Dragon Fang. So you're probably stuck at 6 instead of 7. What is the Transcendence Loreweave tech? Okay. This is absolutely my 100% favorite tech, by the way. So this jewel right here. What's his name? Templar Maxaris? Hang on. Let me show you what it does real quick. Let's just take out 2 points from somewhere. Dun, dun, dun. So this gives us Transcendence. Armor applies to fire, cold, and lightning damage taken from hits instead of physical. So that instead of is very important because it gets rid of all armor from physical mitigation, right? So it also takes 15% all resistance max away. That's a huge downside. So Loreweave sets our resistances to 78. So it ignores the downside of that. So we actually go up 3 res and now armor applies to it. Then you get 100% fizz taken as without using a chess piece. Without using a chess piece. Because your chess piece is the Loreweave. So we need to be in trade for this. You're going to need a double Watcher's Eye and a Corrupted Shield. Right? But we can get to no physical damage taken that way. Right? So then we also put on this Eternal Damnation. Gain additional elemental damage reduction equal to half of your chaos res. -5 to all maximum res. So we ignore the maximum res part because of the Loreweave. Our chaos res is also 78. So we have a less damage taken for all elemental damage based on half of 78, which is, what is that, 36 or something like that? 36% less damage taken? Something like that? Then you're running 3 elemental flasks, which each have 100% increased effect on them. So you end up with 40% less fire, 40% less lightning, 40% less cold. So we've got like 36% less damage taken and then 40% less damage taken on a 78 res, 39, sorry, you're right. On a 38, on a 78 max res to begin with. Right? So that's already huge. Absolutely massive. Then all of our flasks are rolled flagellant, right? So that they gain 3 charges when hit. And we run about 22 to 25,000 armor with determination. So after all those less multipliers to damage taken, which are a ton of them, what's left is never a large hit. It's always a small hit. And then we have 20,000 armor, 100% of it applying to those small hits. You just don't take damage. There just isn't any damage left to take in the game. When you go into Uber, what's his face, the red ball one, you can run around and intentionally collect all of the red balls. Like they're Pokemon and you want to collect them all. You can charge into them. You can go around and intentionally try and collect as many as you can. You will not die. And the last bit to the puzzle is that you have your four flasks and any of the rare ones as flagellant flasks, so they gain charges on hit. And then you have the recover 4% life on flask use from the mastery. And if you're in a really good mood, you have another recover 4% life on flask use from a that which was taken. Just to deal with recovery. Oh, the other part that goes in with that is that you also do the blood notch tech. You also have like 200 energy shield or so. And you've got on recover 60% of damage taken from stunning hits, and every hit stuns you. Right? When are we going to show you into Atoll? The other day. So, I can't do that. So my next thought was that I might try this. I might try this bitch right here. That might be another solution. Did not realize that Low Weave was an override. Yep. Your max resistances are 78. It just ignores every one of those downsides. As far as what you can use it on, that's where the unfortunate part of things come in. You have to find something a little bit broken for DPS because you've used basically all of your flask slots, your chest, your amulet, and your shield, and your Watcher's Eye, all for defense, and you have to invest in flask charges gained. So it's quite a lot of investment in your defenses. Are you literally immortal? Yes. But it doesn't leave you a lot of time or a lot of ways to scale damage. So if I was doing it this league, it would be, if I was doing it in Trade League this league and I wanted to, it would be like, it'd have to be Penance Brand. I mean, I'd try and do it with this one because it's new and different. But if I was trying to build a good build, just a good build, not experiment with new stuff at all, like just build a good build, it'd be Penance Brand. It'd be a Poison Penance Brand Pathfinder that would be using that tech. And you would probably only get about 12 to 15 million DPS. Which still sounds pretty high, but like for a Penance Brand build, that's quite low, right? Like Penance Brand can do, you could set up a Penance Brand to do like 50 to 80 really easily. This version of it as Poison as a Pathfinder would only do 12 to 15, which for Penance Brand is quite low. But not good enough. Not for like it won't be that bad because you're immortal. You can stand in everything. You could do this tech as a Deadeye and probably hit 30 to 50 million. Yeah, I don't fucking think you could. You absolutely do not have enough points or investment in your entire build left to go be able to go crit at all. There's no shot. You do not have enough investment left to go crit when you do that sort of stuff. And that basically rules Deadeye out. Oh, you're talking about splitting steel. Oh, I have no idea. I've never touched splitting steel. I actually have no clue if it's good or not. Where did I pull the other point from when I was doing that explanation? Wait, does anyone know where I pulled the other point from? Flask node was the other one? You know, I don't know if I need that. I'm going to take the damage over time. Also damage just went to just nuts. I'm just a big like anti-melee person. I literally just don't like melee builds at all. So I probably won't be trying that. So the biggest reason I would be scared to try it as a Deadeye though,
yes, come lose a
is because
trial.
you need 100% flask uptime in that kind of build. If one of your 3 elemental flasks fall off, you will die. Although you could just take the generate flask charges Forbidden Flesh and Flame on a Deadeye were you in a trade league, right? And then you could just be a Deadeye. This is flask charge is going to the charm, right? Yeah, you really need tinctures here though. You would not need tinctures as a penance brand Pathfinder though. The penance brand Pathfinder would be able to use charms. Just need to Uber Maven. When will I learn? Yo, you can't bring Bob into Uber Maven. You can't stop him from walking through the cannot regen thing. And that's how he lives. He regens like 22,000 life a second until he walks through the beam and then just can't regen and he just dies. And he's not smart enough to walk through the gap. He'll just walk to you wherever you are. Just in a straight line.
Up the octave. Go
Go for it.
Berries and cream, berries and cream. I'm a little lad who loves berries and cream.
Easy peasy. It's green, all I see is green.
My mana is gone.
Which version of attack speed do you want? I mean, either just straight attack speed or the veiled one with stats on it. Either of those is fine. I don't really care. I mean, obviously the veiled one with stats is better because it comes with stats. Not Blood Rage though? Oh, not Blood Rage though. Not Blood Rage though, no. I actually have literally no recovery in regen wise. I would just slowly die if I didn't have something to hit constantly. That would be very awkward. So how to properly calculate poison SRS and DPS in Path of Building? Do you have a video? I have an entire document in the FAQ section. So exclamation mark SRS, the second link there is a FAQ doc. Yo! So what do we put on here? So you multi-mod attack speed cannot be hit. Yeah, that's fine. Do I have exalts? I have exactly 2 exalts and 1 divine. They're both yours. I looked at a record and said the energy blade spellblade inquisitor is super powerful. Is this meant to be MF for you? Oh, I'm not doing MF again. At least not in the private league. I will be going up. Seems real weird putting on a wand that's lower DPS and being excited about it, but it looks, I mean, that's most of my damage is coming from like this helmet and there. It doesn't need to be really high on the wand. It needs to be not missing. Trade macro doesn't read chaos damage. Wait, really? Oh, so that's actually similar to the one I have on now, nearly. Well, similar. Not quite as high in raw number, but close. Okay. All right, shit. Let's do this real quick. Now, where is the Atlas tree that I wanted to run? There it is. Not gonna lie, it's real annoying that I have to respec my atlas for every different character. Why can they not just have separate atlases, passive trees? What? Why not? Why can they not just have separate passive trees? Like, Need something to spend currency on? Spoiler, we don't. There's plenty of things to spend currency on. We definitely don't need this to be the thing. Wait, what? Wait, what? Are you kidding me? Are you joking? You can't put hits cannot be evaded on a wand? Are you serious? Why wouldn't you allow that on all weapons? It takes up a prefix. What the hell? What on earth? What do you mean? How is that not allowed? No, it's only sword and axes. Oh, that's not what those symbols mean. That's one-handed and two-handed melee weapons. It didn't have 3 exalted orbs. That's not what I was worried about. See those 2 symbols? For crafting purposes, that is the symbol for melee one-handed weapon and melee two-handed weapon. That's the only things that can be put on. Percent chaos and skill effectuation. Skill effectuation does nothing. Okay, hang on. Just fucking... What am I going to do about that? If I can't use hits cannot be invaded, what the fuck am I going to do about that? So I need to solve evasion. Not evasion, accuracy. I have to solve accuracy. Shit. How the fuck? You do not want to put accuracy in a wand. I don't want to arrogance precision, but with an enlighten, I could fit a precision in. If I did that and I got like a 500 accuracy roll on like one piece of jewelry, I could probably solve it that way. Or gloves. I would need to be a juicy accuracy roll, and I would need an enlighten to fit in precision on top of it. But if I did that, I could probably get enough accuracy. What I really need is to drop this though as well. Well, that's the problem. I'm very, very passive point starved. I was already trying to figure out how to take these points back. Like, I want these back. Malevolence, reservation, accuracy, dex int, which I think causes me a strength issue. Also getting all my chaos res from here. But maybe. It's got good life. Struggling for poison chance at all? Yeah. I've actually only got 95% right now, and I have this 20% mastery. I wish I didn't have to come over and get. Just struggling player, you can actually farm one. No, you have to farm different maps. Have you got destructive play marionettes yet? No, but if I do marionettes, it'll be a haste. It'll be an extra aura, not getting rid of the one. These ones should stay on. Could go low life. There's a tincture mod for hits can't be evaded when on low life. Maybe, but the whole build is built around this tincture mod. Chance to curse enemies with a random hit on hex on hit. Like, it's super important. Afternoon. You just missed me getting fucked live on air. The plan that I was planning on fixing my weapon with doesn't exist. That is a solution. Maybe. It definitely helps poison chance. Okay. What I've not wanted. Wait, what? So what I was planning on doing here was crafting hits cannot be evaded. I was gonna make a hits cannot be evaded. It's a prefix, but we were gonna make a hits cannot be evaded wand. So it would only have 2 damage rolls on it, not 3. But it would solve all of my accuracy problems, and then I would get a bunch of that solved. The damage would mostly just come from the helmet. That was the plan. It turns out, for some unknown fucking reason, only one-handed and two-handed melee weapons are allowed to get hits cannot be evaded. You can't craft it on a wand. It's not there. So my whole plan on how to fix accuracy is out the window, and I'm a little bit torn. I don't know how I'm gonna solve that right now. That was the plan. Do you want this physical one back right away? Or am I allowed to play with it in this for a little bit? In case... around? Okay, cool. Thank you. Okay, so that 25% chance to poison. for a minute. So what is our current accuracy rating is only 2400 and it's only going down 600 accuracy short still. And I want those passive points back. How the fuck am I gonna get that? Resolute technique would be amazing because I absolutely do not need to be critting. But it's all the fucking way over there. And there's a no shot that I make it that far. That's not happening. There's absolutely nothing I can do to get over there. No, definitely can't give up my shield. There's another option for my shield, which is this. But that could help a lot. What are we doing? Ah, shit. That might help a lot. What do I really need out of this? Okay, well, I need a lot more cold res than I'm possibly ever going to be able to add to that. How is that? Oh, because I've got an all res and a cold res roll. Well, that could be. See, if I did both of them, then how much accuracy would I have? Holy fuck balls. Okay, well, I don't need both of those. Wait. Okay. Okay, so one good accuracy roll does solve, well, most of the accuracy. If I take that off as well. 2.8k. Okay, which I do need to take that off. So I'm going to need... I'm gonna need gloves as well then. Accuracy is a suffix though, right? Yeah, shit. Hero's Truth is level 30 precision with move Frostwing and put an inline in there. Yes, we do not have an enlighten. There are no enlightens. I do not have an enlighten to use. There are no available enlightens. So that is not an option. Huh. So I would have to change the lightning probably to fire. Okay. So let's see. This might not be. Well. This might actually work. Why the fuck do I have that much of it? Oh, there's someone else here. I was like, why do I have 6,000 evasion accuracy? There's 6,700 accuracy. What? Dude, everybody's screwing up my stats. Okay. Oh, an enlighten. Ooh, a solution. Ooh, a solution. Okay, now I can fit some precision in. Okay, wait. Tell me I can drop this. .5 with none of the accuracies and no precision. But now I have room for precision though. Even if I get like 300 or 400 flat from precision, that should be enough. That will be enough. That will be enough. I can get all those passive points back. And the extra projectile. Okay, so the big question is, how can I get a little bit more resistance then? I don't want to drop any chaos. Do I just rely on these two flasks? That feels ballsy as fuck. Wait, why do I have so much cold res right now? What the fuck is going on? Craft on the ring still? Nope. I mean, I can get 2 more cold on it. I mean, if I'm happy to rely on Flask uptime, I'm capped. Which I should be able to. So I can rely on this Flask uptime. The Taste to Hate. That'll be up 100% of the time. At least it will be once I put my Flask cluster in. Right? The Dying Sun is up 100% of the time if I have something to attack in front of me. But not always. I can't change this craft to fire to fix it. Because I only just have cap with the Taste of Hate right now. So I need one more roll of fire somewhere. That's lightning and chaos. Can I change that to fire and chaos? I've got more lightning than what I need. When you harvest bench, can you harvest hybrids like that? Lightning and chaos? Can I change that from lightning and chaos to fire and chaos? Oh, I could just change the boots then. That'd give me 28 more. That would put me close enough to 40, 50, 60. So I'd be at like 65. Yeah, that should make it viable. Although these boots are quite trash. So let's see what's on these boots right now. So the chaos I need, the movement speed I obviously need, and the cold resistance I need. The lightning I do not, and the life roll is only 8. Literally 8. Not 80, just 8. What are the most important stats of the life rolls of the Dying Sun? Depends on what you're doing. The least amount of charges per used and the least amount of less duration would be the ideal, unless you're an area build as well, in which case you will also care about that. In order, charges used is the most important, then duration. Excuse me. Okay, so that's a hard sell, but I would need chaos, cold, fire, boots. It would have to be exactly chaos, cold, fire. I mean, I guess with harvest, that's not that hard, right? You make chaos boots with any 2-res and then put whichever one you need on them, right?
God Slayer.
Let me have a look. So this can be, so we could just add more life or add more anythings here, but what you really probably want is just, I mean, damage via flask effect is probably pretty good. Probably just take a pierce, to be honest. An extra pierce would be fantastic. Those boots in chat as a start, or do you need more chaos? I mean, those are also fine. 24 chaos would do. I mean, you can also start with any fractured resist or whatever as well. Like, none of... streamers accounts PMing people and making a bunch of shit. Normally when that happens, it's a bot. It joins the Discord, immediately messages everybody on the Discord, and then also immediately leaves. They're probably already gone, but I'll have a look. Yeah. Also, your highest budget path of building for Poison SRS doesn't have Animate Guardian gearing. I bet it does. Is this the message? Ah, well. There's nothing we can do about that. In the path of building? In the path of building. Yes. Okay, let me look if cluster jewels. Let's see if a Pathfinder cluster jewel exists so I don't have to make one. Not really. Spiked concoction and some other useful thing is what we're after. Okay. Right, we got a suffix free. I can just craft the lightning on. No, the cold. Wow. So do we just convert that to cold so we get the highest tier of cold, right? And then just craft fire back on. I think. Changes the modifier that grants fire to a modifier that grants cold. Shit, I need 410 more yellow. I think that works. Fire cold. Change a modifier that grants fire resistance to a similar modifier that grants cold resistance. And we craft on fire. Because I needed both, but I needed the most amount of okay, so that's fire cap. Almost. Wow, close enough too. Wait, why does it change? Oh, it changes when I get some endurance charges from the wand. Close enough. That's close enough. Also, that's close enough because the Taste of Hate can maintain uptime. It's the Dying Sun that can't, because it's got a 4-second duration, whereas the Taste of Hate has like a 9.6-second duration. So I'm okay with the idea that I have to rely on my Taste of Hate for cold resistance, but I'm not okay with the idea that I have to rely on a Dying Sun. What is this one? That's worse. It's fine, because it'll still, no matter what, it'll have 100% uptime if I'm standing there face tanking something. It's the in-betweens, and the in-betweens is where you will want like 100% die, right? No, it's not. Is it not? Do you want this one instead? That will also help. Okay, so next thing up, I have to craft a cluster jewel real quick. Just a medium normal Pathfinder cluster jewel. The same one fucking everybody's wearing. Oh, and look at that. I have one in my own inventory.
Thanks to your... Keep your eyes sharp.
Where are you? Tab 7C. Right here. And there's nothing special or clever to do about this one. This is just a alt rolling, because we want spike concoction, but we also need a second thing. I'd slam it, but I don't have exalts. Also, that wasn't worth a slam because the other stats were shit. You get to learn to craft. Well, unfortunately for this specific craft, there's nothing to do but alt regal. Okay. That's a really good thing. Do we have any exalts? Yo, does resting just have everything? What the fuck is going on? Yes. What the fuck? I got 3 if you want them. Almost certainly. Chances of this hitting are like 1 in 12, I think. But if it hits, it's really good. Boop. It didn't hit. Just with strength being the thing I wanted and chaos res being the thing I wanted, is worth slamming there. Like, yeah, it's like 1 in 12 to hit, but brood. You do on the mod you could force. I forget which mod it was you could force. There was one mod you could force, I remember that. I mean, peak vigor would be really good, but there's a few other options. Flask duration. Flask duration. So the mandatory one that we want is spiked concoction. That gives you alchemist genius, which is 20% flask charges gained and 10% flask effect. So that's mandatory, must happen. Then the secondary one, my favorite pick right here would be Peak Vigor, because it's got the 8% life on it, which is percent life is something we're super low on. But Brood for Potency would also be fine. And Special Reserve would be acceptable. So PS is someone supported, is PS needed for this skill? Yeah, you do want some PS. I didn't want to spend a support gem on it, so I got 2 PS from a Thread of Hope just here, because it hits that and that. Though I'm not 100% sure that I'm going to keep the Thread of Hope. There's a chance that at higher levels I just end up not using it. Spiked was Reforge attack guaranteed. Oh. What's attack? Greater Fork would be even better. So Fork on this skill doesn't actually do a fork. It makes it head out another zigzag further. There's modifiers that would cause projectiles in store to fork instead cause them to change directions an additional time. So it's like a bunch of extra range, basically. So Reforge attack is only 75 pink. Yo, I should definitely be reforging attack on these bitches. Okay, next up, pink juice. Hopefully that's way more pink juice than what I need. Thank you. Ah, so that hits spiked every time. Fucking 2 shots. Brood for potency. Okay. Yep. That'll do it. Two shots. Easy craft. Okay. Next, I need to get Frostblink. That can just go in there. And then lastly, I need Precision, which I'm going to have to start from level... I like the pause after. Okay, I need pink juice. I was literally just waiting for you to trade me pink juice. I just assumed so after the previous 20 minutes that you would just have it. and you did. So I was right.
How's the trail?
Two greens. Okay, so that, there, and then
Godslayer, good day.
I'll have to start from level 1. Not because I actually have higher level ones, but I don't know what level Precision is going to get to. But I do know that if it gets to like level 10 or 12, it'll be enough to be fully capped. And I do have some spare mana here. Okay, let's double check. So now with no accuracy nodes on the tree, we have 2,700 accuracy already. And we just put on a level 1 precision, which has room to level up. I only need 300 more accuracy total to be capped. So I think that will do it. We also got in this, more flask effect, more damage. We got this wand, which is the same amount of like raw damage, but also with a chaos damage over time multiplier and the chance to poison on hit. So that should be significantly better. Plus the proj, obviously. The extra proj is huge. And last but not least, before we head out, let's grab one more pierce here. From this one. Projectiles pierce an additional target. That's huge as well. And can we throw something, anything on both of these implicits? Something useful, anything. Anything useful. I'm not after the best things in the world here. Is unnerve fine? No, not really. Lol. Lightning, the one res I don't need. Hey, fire. I'll take it. Unnerve is worthless to me. Yep, lightning to attacks, you'll do. Okay, anything else? Fine. I mean, that's technically something, but... nope. I mean... Oh, perfect. 4% fizz extra. I mean, it's technically not nothing. That's something. Any chance I can get the taste of hate on the guild stash? Yeah. Anything you can see here is available. We're just waiting for people to ask for them. So, go nuts. Come get it. There were actually 3 in there yesterday. Is that you, Thomas? I don't know which one you are. Please roll for that taste of hate. Really? There's been like 3 in there since like yesterday. I thought we were just starting to get saturated in taste of hates. Because they were sitting there for so long. I even linked one in global. I know yesterday, and like nobody wanted it, and I was like, all right, back into the stash it goes. Okay, in that case, taste of hate. Apply now. Oh, there is a second one. Okay. I'll look to this time then. Roll away. I'm gonna join the guild. Just speak up in the global chat, in the Baylor global chat, and ask for a guild invite, and you'll get one. What channel? 22567 is the Baylor Global Challenge channel. Is that the guy from YouTube? It is, right? I saw PS. Yep, cool. Yeah. 3. Well, we still need the other role. We still need the other role. AF Lucy Goosey a lot. It's a great name. Imagine if old mate here wins with a 3. I bet some of my younger friends have no idea why that specific number for the global channel. To be fair, even if you were around when that was relevant, it would still be very easy to not recognize it immediately. Hey, Genta. How you doing? Oh my god. Oh my god. It's high on 3. You both rolled 3. Go again. Go again. Hey. Alright, have a winner. I may just type something else before doing the DMR again. Alright, I need to visit the bathroom while the ad breaks on. I'll be back in just a second. Is the league ending in a week or extending? It's already extended. Back in a sec. Okay. That's better. Or extending for a week. I think it's already been extended, right? Hasn't it already been extended? Remaining duration 40 days, 13 hours. Okay. Well, in theory, I do much more damage now. We also don't need that anymore at all. That's cool. Oh, hang on. Oh, but I do need int, apparently. That's fine. We can actually fix that by taking this node instead of this node to get the int we need and the RMR mastery. Solved. Okay. Now I've still got 6 points, which means I can get that. Which brings me up to 68 chaos res as well. Huge. Now I have 4 passive points left. Two of them are going to go into, well, one of them is going to go into here because that's important. I don't need that one. I don't need that. I also don't need that. I could gain a fuckload of life gain on hit now, but I don't know if I need that at all, to be honest. More than non-poison for mapping? Nah. Each individual attack is going to hit somebody at least 5 times. And that's if it's not the sniper's mark and not the one that gets returned to. 300% increase on one of those 5 times that it gets hit isn't really that impactful. Now that would be good for a lot of life, but this would be better for life, but it's 1 level away still. And this would be better for recovery by quite a bit. Actively don't want that. I actively don't want that. Hits and ailments. Ooh. I think that mark wheel is actually insane for like actual single target damage. 20%, 20%, so it's 40% damage with hits and ailments, so it affects my poison. Marked enemies take 10% increased damage. Other than Varici. This is actually insane. That's a great wheel for damage. Almost always shown as I. Power report almost shows that as the highest damage node. Yeah, plus Marked enemies cannot regenerate life could be insanely useful. And if I don't need that, I could get frenzy charge generation. And if I don't need that, I could get mark transfer, which is also awesome. Right? Like all three of those are really good, actually. I already dropped the curse regen thing because the new wand fixes my regen. This is a real problem. Every different character that I build wants to build a different atlas tree. And it's straight up like, it just costs way too many regrets when you change characters this often. Give a second one or per toon. Per toon is what I want. I don't want to have a different atlas per toon. I want to have a different atlas tree per toon. That's all. Like I want to kill Katava and then be like, boom, you have 100 and something points to spend. And you have to build a tree for that character. That's what I want. Oh, I was like, where's my last 3 points? There's the actual essence. Okay, now I have shadow shaping, so I have to really quickly change all of my favorite slots to all the worst maps, the absolute worst maps. Trash, never want to run them, never want to see them. Like, is dungeon here? Is that one of the maps this league? No. Okay, what's everybody's least favorite maps? Most hated. Absolute trash tier map. Maze is so trash. Let's get rid of Maze. Channel's good. Necropolis. That's a trash map. Let's get rid of that too. Channel doesn't spawn Wildwood. Goodbye. Yeah, actually, core is not a map, it's an entire act. That can go. Flooded mine. Don't love that either. Cursed Crypt's pretty shit. Get rid of that. I actually also hate Bramble. Where's that? Bramble. Right there. Bye. This is actually my favorite, by the way. When I'm not running one map over and over again, I absolutely love this passive node when I'm not running one map forever. It's just a lot of... This is shit. Get it away from here. Actually, I don't mind pen. I don't think pen's that bad. Not a big fan of Forking River. Gardens? Get rid of that too. Overgrown Ruin? Yeah, I think Overgrown Ruin's pretty trash. Arena and Arcade. I don't hate Arcade. Arena I hate though. I hate Arena. I'm tempted to get rid of Reef just because I hate the boss. I think I'll fuck Reef off. I don't even so much mind the boss in Reef on its own, but this is, when I get up to red maps, this is a destructive play atlas, and I don't know how many of you have done destructive play at a Reef map, but it's not great. It's not great being in that little tiny arena where you have to dodge the big things that zap from the sky, and there's 3 other bosses in your little tiny arena. This is not a fantastic, it's not fantastic at all. Alright, so here's my list of ruined ones. Maze, Necropolis, Channel, Core, Flooded Mine, Cursed Crypt, Bramble Valley, Forking River, Gardens, Overgrown Ruin, Arena, and Reef. Lightning Strike, yeah, that's the word. I think those are all pretty bad maps. Yeah, I'm still going to run these 3 that were in my inventory because of who I am as a person. Dark Forest has an annoying boss. It does. It does. It's the variant that just runs away from you all the time. Shit, which one of these can I keep? I guess Gardens isn't the worst out of this list. Right? Maybe I should get rid of Dark Forest instead of Gardens. Lair? I hate Lair. What's wrong with Channel? It doesn't spawn the Wildwood. Like 80% of the time it doesn't spawn the Wildwood. It's really inconvenient. Yoink.
Pruning a branch can save a tree.
No, to get more than 5 specters. Okay, I'll run through the list real quick. You've got 2 specters by base, just a level 20 gem, right? 1 off the tree, that's 3. Right? 1 off, 2 off the helmet, that's 5. 1 off the delve drop 1 additional specter modifier chest, that is 6. And 1 off getting your raised specter level pumped all the way up to level 25, that's 7. Okay, so we want enough mana to be able to cast this twice. It costs 42. No, we want enough mana to be able to cast that and this. So 42 and 64 together. 42 and 64 is 108. But helmet has the +2. I've already forgotten the name of it, but the one that's used for that build. 106. Right, so I can level precision down to 106 mana without fucking myself. Wrathlord, thank you. What is the helmet's partners looking at past building? Running like the continuity knife, so that's minus +2, and I'm using the brass stone, then you have 5. That's all you'll ever get. You've taken the extra 2 away, which is fine, because you've gained a lot of power out of the remaining ones. Yo! My damage is way higher than it was just a minute ago. Way higher. That is insanely more damage. What do we just do to fix the damage? So many things. So many things. We spent like the last hour of the stream before I went to the toilet in the hideout upgrading stuff. I'll show you in a second. Actually good now is in low mid budget. I don't think anything on this character is worth very much at all. And it seems to be doing pretty good. Okay. Quick look over what we changed. The first thing we did, so we've got a level 3 Enlighten in with our 3 auras, so we could fit a precision in. I'm still leveling that, so that's getting better. We got a new wand. It's actually surprisingly not as good as we would hope, because we halfway through crafting discovered that you cannot have evasion. Oh, sorry. Hits can't be evaded isn't a craft on wands, which was the original plan, but we turned it into this, which is still pretty decent. At least we've got some poison on hit. Getting some poison on hit there. Let me drop this. I'm still actually not poison capped. I will need one more poison jewel to be poison capped, but let me drop all this pathing here. Replaced, got a new pair of gloves with actually 2 extra pierces on them, which is great for clear, but more importantly, that accuracy fracture. We also got a new ring with accuracy, and we had to replace the boots just to fix up resistances after replacing those 2, but they're all, none of those are anything incredibly special. But because of the accuracy loss or accuracy gain we got there, we were able to swap out of the accuracy one and into the additional projectile. And because we got all the additional accuracy off our gear, we could also respec all of these points, which ended up in here instead. So now we've got more damage over time multi, as well as we got a large cluster jewel, used 2 of the chaos nodes and went into 1 of the flask nodes for way better uptime. Should everyone in? Yes. Kinetic bolt is what saved it, although this is not necessarily. That is such a good fucking fracture. That is such a good fucking fracture. Holy shit. I didn't realize I had a 22% duration fracture. That's insane. I'm not gonna lie, if I saw that when it dropped, I would have put it in a special tab. Okay, so I don't need any of those masteries right now. Move it back if you need it. No, I don't need it. You're fine. You're fine. Oh, I really like this node for the Unholy Grace. I think I'll head towards it. 30% chaos damage and 10% attack speed. Huge. Also, I get a tiny bit of extra chaos res. Yeah, a jewel. Heading for a jewel is probably the play, because I'm not poison capped still, I believe. Where am I? Where's my poison chance? Oh, that's defense, idiot. There's my 3000 evasion. We hit accuracy. We hit accuracy cap. We still have 144. So I will probably level that to level 8 or so, I think. And will just be like a little bit over. Should be great. Where's our chance to poison? So our chance to poison is only 93% right now. So I can get another 5% jewel right there, and that's going to put us at 96, which is a little awkward. But so be it. Yes. Perfect. I'm going to get this first. Mostly because I just want the attack speed, because attack speed like smooths out gameplay more.
To your hard work, we have at last pinpointed the location of a syndicate.
I wish that I could merge from solo self-found into the private league, because I would like to have done, I would like to do a test. I would like to do like a league start solo self-found test of Kinetic Bolt of Fragmentation. So not quite league start, but I want to see if a Deadeye can just start as a Wander, exactly as I would start as a bow build. Like I want to just follow the exact same like progression on a Deadeye that I would do on a bow build, but as a wand, and just see if it works. Yeah, I'll bet the encoder's gonna fucking hate this skill. Just straight up, this is just not gonna look good. Purity of elements! Purity of elements! Claw. Oh, okay, I can still like the chaos. Oh, you know, I really shouldn't be farming this map. That boss, that dude right there,
Find characters ready.
his like thing is that per curse on him, he does an explosion for a massive amount of chaos damage. My whole build is like, here's a bajillion curses all at once. It's per curse, and he eats them all and throws out a chaos damage thing based on the curses. Ooh. Why am I fighting him on this build? That's a terrible plan. Civilian, thank you very much for the prime.
Magic find characters ready.
And Cadander? Also, thank you very much for the prime. Double prime. Okay, well, I'll tell you what. Let's just see. Let's just see. What's the worst that could happen? Either it'll be horribly, horribly horrendous, or it won't be. That should be the last level of precision. I need to stop leveling the precision. I'm not going to level the precision again. I am not going to level the precision again. It's going to pop up on the screen. I'm going to click it off. I'm not going to press it again. That's the correct amount of levels of precision. Okay, there it is. There's my precision. Turn it off. I did it. Does that ever work for you? Rarely, but it worked that time. Morning. How to not be sore on console additional tips. Oh god. Oh god, I know nothing about the console market at all. Like absolutely nothing. I've never played on console. Dropped a mirror? Yo! Congrats.
My mana is gone.
There's a Giga Venom guy build. I've seen nothing. This whole league, I haven't watched anybody's PoE content at all. Like I just haven't consumed PoE content intentionally. get a Maven Rid, I need 10 splinters. To make things go faster, would you suggest running non-juice tier 14s to get 10 witnesses? Invitations and splinters that way? You can. The quickest way is to farm the, like the quickest way is instead of farming 10-way invites to farm like specific invites, but it depends on whether you're in trade or not. Like, you know, Shaper and Elder and those things, they technically drop more splinters. But yeah, it's really just about running as many of the things as you can to get more splinters. Ooh, okay. Okay, those essences hurt apparently. Bye.
My mana is gone.
I mean, we're into tier 16s at like level 84 in this semi-scuffed build. It's not that scuffed anymore though. Just needs more levels really. To mix in with everything else it's got, I do need to take that recoup wheel. Like that's like designed as part of the recovery. And I don't have it, so... Sure. No. What? How can this person be AFK? They literally just messaged me. How is that? Hi, I'd like to buy your item. Here's an invite. Nope, this player's AFK. What the fuck? I have no idea how I was AFK because I was typing. Like, literally just send me a message. How? How could you possibly be AFK? How could the game possibly think that? A 10 passive? Is there really not an 8 passive? Boop. Okay, well, I can run tier 16s. And if I can run tier 16s, then I will. Let's see. We'll grab you. And we'll grab... How many more do I need for this invite? 2 more. Okay. Nice. Ooh.
My mana is gone.
Well, it went from being a struggle to clear tier 7 maps to clearing tier 16s and doing Maven invites with just that upgrade today. Obviously, we desperately need a Fizz taken as Watcher's Eye, because without one of them, we're still going to just die to Fizz hits. Got a bit of a Fizz problem until that happens. But otherwise, I think we're doing okay. I will grab that recoup wheel next, because that is supposed to be part of our defenses as well. It's part of the planned defenses for the build. Ugh. So if we grab that next, this recoup wheel right here, that should help a lot. I'd love to put a cast on death portal in, but I'm literally actually like actively using both of the no socket in gloves and no socket in boot things.
My mana is gone.
Okay, what is killing me here? Chaos? I'm like chaos capped. I didn't think those particular kinds of mobs had fizz. Fizz should be the only thing I'm really weak to if I'm thinking about all this right. Okay, well, we'll just leave them behind if they're going to cause issues. Also, I did add juice, which I probably shouldn't have. I probably shouldn't have put these guys on the gear. I think that was maybe a mistake. I'm still like level 80 something and I'm still missing a few layers of defense I'm supposed to have. Maybe we don't put them on the gear until we've sorted those last few bits. Yeah, maybe we don't put them on the gear. Think it might be a little too much for me. That's fine. We've got an easy 10 levels to get. Tons more power. Tons more power to get.
I'm not up to that just yet. My mana is gone.
A noob question. I just killed a boss in a Crusader map. A portal to the sections opened. What will happen inside? You will fight one of the Crusader. You'll fight the Crusader boss. It is the second boss in that map, and it is the Crusader. It is the same map, so it's not going to be a load screen. It's just a portal transition like this is. Right? But there's going to be another boss in there for you to kill. And taking a break from the league. So you should be. You were supposed to be taking a break a few days ago, but you came back to craft some more. Really? Harbinger ones or a divine? Okay. You say so. Is it like I can't do PoE specifically? Fair. A source of fracturing orbs.
My
Ah.
mana is gone.
Yeah, okay. Yo. For anyone who wasn't at the whole podcast yesterday, I found out something that was quite amusing. People are using Henakori's locks on like 10C items in trade. And it's the right thing to do. They're not even making a mistake. What? So the temple bases, the ones that have like, you know, the temple bases, gloves and whatnot, like, you know, 50% increased damage against chilled and shit like that. Well, getting those fractured is a huge deal for quite a lot of builds. However, fractured orbs are quite expensive. More expensive than Hinakori's locks. And therefore, the correct thing to do is take a shit glove on the right base that has the one mod you want. Even if it's a shit base, like a shit glove otherwise, but on the right base. And apply a Hinakori's lock to it. And then just like hover the item to see if it's going to fracture the right thing. And if it doesn't, do a craft on it and use another lock, because the locks are cheaper than fractured orbs are. So the item they're using it on is like a 10C item from trade. It's like a 10C item and they're just using Hinakori's locks on them.
To fight. It's truly time to up the stakes. Grasp your mortality tightly. Stop and hunt. On to the next fight.
In the right situation, I'm quite tanky already. Definitely gonna have to secure a Watcher's Eye so I stop dying to the physical hit. Like that. That was a physical hit. That's all right. I walked out of there with a walked out of there with the Cortex, so that'll do. At least res switch it. At least res switch it to max out resistances. Yeah. And they can also swap any temple base into whichever temple base it is they're after, right? Like if they're after the increased against chilled one, but they get a lightning one, they just res swap it at harvest. They just swap it back and forward until they get a max roll one, and then they work on that. Okay, here's our big problem. Can I even do a 10-way? I was 3 divines, half of 38. I don't know what this is referring to. Oh, okay. That information about Hinekori's locks could be old. They could have gone up by now. It was something that was happening. I'm not like super up to date with the softcore trade because I'm not in it. Do you think it's possible using Wonder Pass when doing destructive play with Conqueror and other Saber Max sessions? Doing MF this league. Oh, right. Okay, fair. It is worth doing Wandering Path while using destructive play. Conqueror Elder Shaper Map Sextants. So if you use the Sextants, then you don't need to have these notables. Destructive play still works. That entirely depends on whether these duplication nodes actually work on the sextant dropped maps, the guaranteed ones that come from the sextants. I have no idea if the chance to duplicate actually affects those or not. If it does, then sure. That's a great idea. But I have absolutely no idea if it actually works on them.
Let the blood dance begin. Amount of my might.
Whoa! Whoa! Okay, maybe I can't do 10-way invites yet. Maybe I can't do 10-way invites yet. I am still like very low level. But
My mana is gone.
I thought I'd have a shot at just face tanking it.
Amount of my might. Another challenger?
It turns out I can't do 10 ways. That was quite an easy rolled 10-way too. Like there's nothing on that.
Handle this. Take this vitality. Time to up the stakes. Life is so worth a glorious spectacle.
Thank you for the carry.
Now.
It's not even one of my gems, although it should be instead of Unbound, but I'm not gonna. I think that's for everybody. don't say thank you. Did I not say thank you? I'm pretty sure I said thank you. If I didn't, thank you. I'm pretty sure I did. Wonder what it'd be like instead of that. It'd be a lot more damage. But not having fork seems questionable. Let's try it. Drop GMP? No. 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 For this skill, all hits can shotgun. Every projectile hits the target, and every projectile splits from sniper's mark, and then every projectile returns from return projectile. You never drop GMP. It is the best support for clear and single target.
My mana is gone.
Okay. Fork also gives it projectiles? It doesn't though. Fork gives it another zigzag. So my range is now lower. My range only goes to here before it stops. Fork gives it another zigzag, not another projectile. No. With fragmentation, it split projectiles off for each fork. Read the gem. Modifiers that would cause projectile to fork instead and cause them to change additional time. Fires a projectile from your one that changes directions in a zigzag pattern at regular intervals or when hitting an enemy. Each time it changes a projectile, a secondary projectile breaks off. Right. True. Okay, so that part still feels like you would get way more proj out of GMP than you would get out of fork. Woke fork might be a different story. A regular fork is only one more zigzag. Whoa. This is not performing as well as I wanted. This is not performing as well as I wanted. I really want to do Transcendence Law Weave stuff, the original plan. It would be so much better. Trying to figure out how to do it without access to stuff. Ugh. Okay. Hmm. 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 Maybe you can do tier 16. Maybe can do tier 16s or whatever. Can do up to 16? Maybe.
My mana is gone.
I mean, I can definitely clear fine. Purposes have to get bleeds and poison immunity to be able to handle them. Oh, ways of clearing counter. I need poison immunity. What build are you playing to start with? Let's find out why we're encountering those problems. Okay. Wait, Teflon randomly is the first character to enter Haunted Mansion? That can't be right. Oh. Right. Right, of course. But it gets stun locked and I die because of that. If I swap pantheons to follow... Okay. The bleed, poison, and stun immunity. So stun immunity... There's a few things, but I don't know what will apply to you. There's, this wheel over here gives you poison and bleed, nearly full immunity, and you can fix the remainder of that on a single suffix on a single jewel and be completely immune to poison and bleed, depending on if you're over here. There's a lot of stun immunity shit in this area. Stun immunity, stun immunity, stun immunity, stun immunity, all down there, but I don't know if you can reach any of that either. Stun immunity is generally just done by Brine King. That's the normal way to fix that. We're making some rings today. Sweet living Jesus. Those are definitely some rings. Okay. This node isn't the worst, but I hate the travels because they're just block recovery. It is 5% of life over 1 second whenever you get stunned. Wintering blast. Yeah. Okay, we're on mage blood. Okay, right. So the first thing is 55% chance to avoid being shocked on a flask. I'm seeing this a lot. I hate it. I hate it so much. Because you can get so much chance to avoid being shocked just on like the suffix of 1 jewel. And giving up a mage blood flask just to get the ailment avoidance out of Storm Shroud feels like bad use of a flask to me. Now, I see it a lot from a ton of people, so it's common, but I hate it. But you've got so many fucking jewels. What is going on? Holy balls. Honestly, I don't know enough about this build to know where the solutions to things are. Isn't this somewhat similar to MBX streams? Yeah, I don't know enough about this. I don't know enough about this to see solutions. I would never make this build. Like I don't like it personally. So I've never ran it before. God damn, that's some nice gear though. Yeah, I don't know enough about that build to know where the solutions are. Right, I need to carry groceries upstairs apparently. So I'll be back in just a second. But yeah, I have no idea. Oh, precursor. Yo, that's actually really good. 5% increased damage per charge, added cold per charge, added fire per endurance charge. That's actually really good. I'll be back in just a sec.
Get your magic flame characters ready.
dum, 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 dum. Oh. Taskmaster. Favorite time to give subs is when I'm not here. And I don't understand why. Why? Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. But also, how did this start? Share subs, best subs.
Thanks to keep your eyes sharp.
Okay. Surely I can do that. That's really easy, Matt. Found the money printer. Just start stream, go AFK, and come back in a while. The amount of times I've thought about just putting a camera up and pointing it at my bed and being like, it's Baylor's sleep stream. Watch him sleep. Just to see what would happen. Just because I think it would be hilarious is very high.
Pruning a branch can save a tree. My mana is gone.
Stand still. When would you suggest switching from chance to poison to avoid manipulation on the SRS build? When you've got 100% poison chance without it. Which should be the goal. You want to do that, but you have to get better jewels. You have to put poison cap from jewels alone. Okay, maybe I should do some tier 10s for a few more levels to get my my extra tankiness that I'm supposed to have. It's a pretty big deal, and I don't have it. My damage is kind of fine now, and it wasn't before. Before I had no damage and no tank. Now I've got damage and some tank, but it's not enough. Do we still use Nighted and Dream? We use Severed and Sleep, right? We use the one that's Wither on Hit, the unupgraded version. I get confused with their names often. I mean, if this is a poison SRS chest, I don't think it is. But if it is, you should sell it. The 47% damage doesn't matter to a poison SRS. But it'll matter to someone a lot. It'll be worth a lot. Uh-oh. 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 Oh! Yeah. This is a bit rough. Super excited. No, it's good. If that's for Scourge Arrow shit, that's great. It's only bad if you're a poison SRS, right? Like they don't benefit from those. Even then, bad's a stretch, because if you got that in poison SRS, you'd still be like, fuck yeah, I'll sell that for a ton of money. Someone who does want it. Two times 15% poison and 80%, and then the balance from the jewels of the tree. Yes, except you should be looking for a 100% belt as soon as you can, especially if you've got 15% poison chance jewels, because that would be 60% chance to poison just from the 2 in the belt, right? Like just from the 2 in the belt, that would be 60%. Makes it pretty easy to cap off 3 other jewels that don't have to be 15% in the tree. Generally speaking, when I'm doing that that shit, the poison SRS stuff, I will spend a lot of money on 2 very good jewels. Very good jewels to go in my 100% belt, and then I'll cheap out on all the others. It's fine. They're just there to get what I need, but the 2 for the belt, those should be good as quick as you can afford for them to be good. There's a trend that says grab, but Twitch won't take my debit card. Rip. It's all good. That's all good. It's the same build? Yes. Although, I'm not happy with it. I'm still like running through my head the available ways to like fix my perceived problems. But I don't know what they are or how I'm gonna. A couple of weeks ago. White chocolate with Thai tea and that's such a fucking weird combination. I think it would still be okay. What do you reckon would be best for a league for a map blaster?
My mana is
Good question. I have no idea. I mean, we kind of need everything, but playing tornado shot, so zoom. Harbinger's great. Especially if you're wearing a headhunter. Love Harbinger. Abyss is only really relevant if you're doing the MF thing. What else? Breach is actually kind of insane. Breach pops off really well. Breach pops off really well if you turn breach rings back on. Like, I don't generally have breach rings on my filters because, you know, no one cares if you pick up 2 breach rings, it doesn't matter. But if you're doing breach and you can pick up 20 breach rings per map, you can make a lot of those chests and they are a lot of money. And even if you don't make the chests, if you have enough of them, then, well, in trade, if you have enough of them, you can just sell them. The build is a good in the SRS build at all. Yes. In fact, it's a best in slot jewel. Unidentified item level 84 grasping nails, 3 divines. Nice. Yo.
My mana is gone.
Oh. I also changed my lightning arrow to your new Pathfinder build. Yo, why are so many people making this build when it hasn't even proven itself capable yet? Like, it's still bad. Is it just because it looks pretty? Because of the green? Like, what's happening? What? So many people are like, yo, I'm going to copy this right now. But I'm not even convinced it's good. At all and doesn't compliment either of them. Yeah, that's a bad combination. It doesn't sound like a good combo. How do you get all the nodes and wandering path? Yeah, I got quite a few. Usually from waves like 8 to 13 is where they showed up most of the time. Yikes. Strength, dex int, dex int. I'm not convinced. I really like how it plays, but I'm not convinced. I think this might be relegated to a trade league version of this build. I think you just need... I think the original plan I had, you actually have to do that to make it like
My
good.
mana is gone.
Which I think it will be. I just think it has to do the things that it was meant to do. It can't just exist. Morning. Oh, that really does not look appealing at all. That doesn't look appealing at all.
I'm not up to that just yet.
I would go with the proceed with caution option personally. So someone commented that the Penance brand build was bad after they tried it. Did they turn off their monitor? Or maybe they were trying to juggle while they played it? Did someone really say that? Oh, I didn't like Penance brand. It was bad. Bad how? You know what? I agree Penance brand was bad. It trivialized on the game way too easily. It was doing far too much damage. Bad build.
My mana
I
is gone.
agree. around it, alright? Oh shit, you're doing that version. That version is not as tanky as I would like, but also deals a bajillion T damage. That's the real number, you can look it up. It is it does a bajillion T damage. That's actually, it's a real number, bajillion T. Notification of the number. Yep, it was absolutely. See that? That's what's supposed to happen all the time. Tanky mobs, you should just stand there, not lose any life, and then they fall over. That's what's supposed to happen all the time.
My mana is gone.
Serve thee fine, in life or in death. For the queen.
You like that? Like that boss got annihilated. That's like a taste of how it's supposed to work. If I had access to trade, it'd be doing that to everything. How much poison DPS of Kinetic? Yeah, I have no idea. But it says I have 700 DPS. That's not a thing. I have no idea. Let's find out. But this is the thing, even that doesn't matter, because most of my damage comes from here. Where I put every hex on a target all the time. That's not going to show up anywhere. It's certainly not going to show up in any of the tooltips or character sheets, that's for sure. Oh my god. Let's not count that one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There are 8 characters here. 9 technically, but that level 2 ranger that I made first doesn't count.
corn cob holder.
Okay, sure.
It worked.
Yep. Okay, brother's done for. I feel slightly less degenerate. Okay, so we got all of these. But that doesn't actually change my crit chance, so I assume that that just changes them over to things. You're gonna be everything's shocked, but barely. It's only been like 5%, but it technically exists. Let's make it Guardian Pinnacle because that's always what we look at. Alchemist Genius Flask, active grip recently. Yes. Wither stacks 15. Yes. Okay. Now let's just pretend that we have 2020 gems, because I want to see what it like actually can do. Okay, now how on earth do I calculate its actual DPS? Because it actually hits with all 10 projectiles to start with. Then it splits, all those projectiles split. They all go out and then they all come back in again and hit again. So how the fuck do we calculate its DPS? Like, what do you mean? Also, where's like the number of hexes on the mob? That isn't a stat, but it's got temp chains, it's got enfeeble, it's got punishment, it's got all those curses exist. Like, how can I turn them on? So I just need to add in level 1 curses. Because they are just level 1, right? The ones that come, yeah, they're going to be level 1 for sure. So we're going to have to add... So we're gonna add despair, we're gonna add temp chains, and we're gonna add punishment. There's also gonna be other curses on there like enfeeble or conductivity. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, but they've all got to be level 1 though. They're all level 1 with no quality, because that's all you get. There are 9 total. There are, but I can only apply 6 right now. I should be able to get 2 more, but for now I can only put on 6 curses. Which also means there's no absolute guarantee that they have the 3 curses that I want them to have for damage all of the time currently, but I'm going to path of building it as if we do. They also like will rapidly change between them because they're randomed, and I would have 2 more, which is 1 less than the total maximum that I would need if I wanted all of them. So like it will get to that point. This is fine. So we're looking at 1.5 million DPS per attack once the curses are up. So on something that lives enough to get attacked 2 or 3 times. Right? So that's not your clear single shot DPS, but that is my current DPS. But that's per projectile. No, that's per main attack before splits. So that's per main attack before splits because I hit with 10 projectiles. So then how the fuck do I work out how many return? So sniper's mark, 16% reduced, but that's 4. But I have a tiny bit of increased. I have 18% increase. That just counters that. So it's basically just sniper's mark on its own. Basically. Mark on hit is reducing it a little bit, and the tiny bit of increase I have is increasing it a little bit, basically just countering it out. So there's 4 projectiles per, because I'm not a Deadeye. So I don't scale the shit out of that. So with 4 projectiles per returning as well, but the returns deal 40% less damage. Or do they? Because I only care about poison. Hits and ailments. Okay. So how the fuck am I supposed to do that? So there's 40 returning projectiles that also deal 61% less damage, but there are 40 of them. How do I add those in? At 40% because it's 61% less damage. So there's 40 hits at 39% damage. So someone who's good with math, it doesn't need to be precise exactly. What would I up this count to get a rough estimate of where I would want to be? $40 times 9 is like 15-ish. So we're going to make, so we're going to add 15 to that. So we're going to be at like 25. Roughly. Because the 10 initial projectiles all hit. And then the split and return, roughly 15 projectiles worth of damage over the course of 40 hits. But okay, so that puts us at 3.7 mil, which is not great. So let's see what I can do about that. So the first thing we can do is to change the anoint. Very important. Second thing I can do is put in an extra duel for poison chance because we need that. And then we're going to change the anoint on my amulet to be an extra curse, which is right here. And I'm going to need that to be, what's it called? Overcharge. Save. Then we're going to go to Dodri's Scorn. And we're going to corrupt it with +1 maximum power charges. Save. Okay, that gives us 2 more. It gives us 2 more curses. Oh, hold on. The curses aren't adding the flat damage. Hold on. Hold the phone. That's not counted in Path of Building. They're not counting the damage per curse. Okay. So we're going to do one custom modifier at 6, which is what I currently have. And one custom modifier at 8, which is what I would have built into. Right? Jesus Christ, that's large. Don't hear that very often, Baylor. I had to just jump into that before anyone else did. Okay, so 37 times 6 equals 222. Uh, 71 times 6. So 426. Chaos damage to attacks. Shit. Adds. There we go. Adds. Okay, so that's my current. I go from 4.3 to 7.5. Let's see what it would look like at 8 instead of 5.7. So that would be 37 times 8. $296. Let me just copy this real quick. So I have to type all that again. 296. And then 71 times 8. 568. 568 chaos damage to attacks. So that would be up to 6 mil, which is not bad. Let's build a real weapon. Let's build like a soft core weapon. An imbued wand, almost certainly. And then we would want fire cold lightning. Oh, that's the spells. Where the fuck is your flat lightning? There it is. Yoink, yoink, yoink. Yeah, let's make that 2-2. And let's not divine them perfectly either. Do you want to increase spell damage? No, it doesn't affect poison at all. So we would want something like this in a perfect world. But that's also going to fuck my poison chance. So that damage is going to go right down low because I need to solve poison chance somehow. What is my current poison chance when I do that? Chance to poison 80%. Okay, Okay, so it's only level 86. So we're still just going to come over and grab this. After that, I would also grab that. And I would also grab that. Which would be 95. So now we're up to 10 mil. Not in love. Hmm. It's adding the chaos from the helmet, so you have it doubled. It is not adding the chaos from the helmet automatically. As I take curses off. Wait. But it wasn't. As I put in more curses just a second ago, it wasn't doing it. I swear it wasn't doing it. $37 per curse on enemy. Is it? Is this part of trap? Boop. Ah. Oh. Yikes. Is the enemy cursed? I don't even see that. Oh. Yeah, but it just assumes. It just assumes that they are. Okay, so with everything set up like that. Woke Vicious is significantly better than the added chaos is. Deadly Elements is actually great. Unbound Ailments should just be Woke Unbound, but is also actually great. If I have eligibility, does mine have a mana damage mitigation diff the energy shield first, or go through it directly to the mana? It goes the energy shield first. Unless it's chaos damage, in which case it bypasses that and uses your mana. Same as it would over your life. Okay, so even with great shit, yo, despair punishment? Actually huge. And a life gain on hit vitality eye. Maximum endurance charges with aura. Huh. Cool. That's very cool. Was a Valdos with an Uber Shaper and an Uber. Oh, really? What build are you playing that you just ran that? Surely it doesn't give up on 2 builds in a row. I mean, what makes you so sure? I mean, I just made this into like a disgusting weapon and got all woke gems and put everything on good for all the corruptions I want as well. Still only 9 mil. Tried the other shield combo yet. Doesn't get me any more damage, just makes me tankier. Doesn't seem to be working great. Yeah. It's roughly correct, at least. It's not exact, but it's roughly correct. So basically what we did is we've got 10 projectiles that shoot out, right? So that's a base 10, right? And then each one of those split into 4 projectiles because of the splitting mechanic that all come back and all hit as well. So that's 40 secondary hits, but the secondary hits deal 61% less damage. So roughly speaking, if you just like round to full integers at least, that's about the same as having 15 additional hits. So here's the thing. If you're in a trade league and you put on a Nimbus instead, right? If you're in a trade league and you put on a Nimbus instead, which is what I would want to put on were I doing this, right? We swap that for added chaos. And then those 40 return, they don't have a less damage multiplier on it, which means that's 50. And now it's 23.8 million. And in a trade league, we get rage. Where are you? Rage, where are you? I will see you in a minute. Where are you, Rage? How much rage do you have? So this show all configurations shows you everything, even the stuff that can't exist on your character. See? Fungal ground? What the fuck is fungal ground? Where do you get fungal ground? Okay, whatever. I'm sure rage is here. Ha! Well, that should be working though. That should still just give me rage. Does that not give me rage? Give me rage, you piece of shit. It's so easy for me to get rage in a straight league. Give me rage. Rage. Copy. Paste. Okay. Work, path of building. Do as I say. That's the mod from the tincture. Copy and pasted. That's literally the mod. Give me rage. What do you mean? That's the mod. Okay. There we go. Now it recognizes my rage. It was about to recognize my IRL rage if it didn't work. Okay, what happened to my damage? Why is it down at 4 mil now? What happened? What did I undo? I had like 20 a minute ago. What happened? Actually, what happened though? wait. What did I do? No, they were hashtagged out. They had hashtags in front of them. They were commented out. Still adding the flat from the... Wait, but it was at 20, and then I just added Rage and Berserk, which is like... Wait, it was at 20, and then I added Rage and Berserk, and now it's at 4. What the fuck is happening? You also changed the amount of hits? Yeah, but to 50. Because I was like simulating a Nimbus, not... No, you need a fucking PhD for Path of Building. I've broken Path of Building for no reason. It was that. I don't know how I accidentally moved that, but I accidentally moved that. Ailment calculation, I accidentally moved it to crits only, so it was only counting my crit and what ailment would come from that, not the actual average. Okay. So properly set up in a soft core economy, like in a proper trade economy, we can do 32 mil with this. Ooh. See, 32 mil sounds promising. I still would have to add the tank in, but the tank, none of it affects the DPS, like the tank stuff I would have to do. It could get expensive though. But I haven't touched the tank. I haven't touched the tank. That'll be, when I do the tank, it'll be like 400,000 fizz hit taken or something. But the 32 with a Nimbus, yes. Don't worry about the defenses of this build. I haven't played with those pieces yet. I have only worried about the offensive things that I would put in a softcore trade environment with like a proper budget. So 96% of elemental damage taken recouped as energy shield will happen. Right? As well as whatever this amount of recoup is. And a little bit of regen. But then we would get rid of this tech entirely. Don't need that. All your friends that come crazy and drive you mad. Okay, we would put that in a heartbeat. We buy that. You come out, you go here instead. And you get a one of these. This is the thing that matters. Hope for a decent roll on this, but not min-maxed. I'll just say anything like 42 or above would be fine. You'd probably look for a semi-decent life roll. 50, we'll say. Would you go for any corruptions on a lore weave? I mean, I would, but let's not. Okay, so that would go in as a lore weave. Eternal damnation would go on. And then what's the name of the jewel I want? Fucking it is a timeless jewel. It's a brittle restraint. No. It is a militant faith. Transcendence. Oops. Not that one. Pick a different number. Hang on. Pick another number, buddy. Okay, you're fine. What else are you? You would also have some like useful shit. I don't even know if that is useful shit. You would take just like elemental damage and elemental resistance, probably. Doesn't really matter. Okay, so that's a good job. So now we've got that, that, and that. Your gear would have to be very good. Oh. Your gear would have to be very good. So basically, I had an idea in my head that looks like it absolutely does work. Absolutely. But it's also like ungodly expensive. Okay, that should be like 200,000. What have I done wrong? Okay, corrupt. Okay. Oh, right. Of course. I had no intention of keeping malevolence. And it literally has to be determination. I don't have any armor. Literally has to be determination. Otherwise, there's no point in doing this whole thing. That is not enough armor yet. One of you ends up having to be a granite flask. It'll be instead of that one. Oh, wait. Do they just not have flasks? Do you have to craft a flask? That's so annoying. Flask utility. I nearly forgot like one whole very important part. Ba-da-bum-ba. Yo, that's still trash. Hmm. 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 Why is that still trash? 12 plus 21 plus 20 plus 8 plus 12. Shit. Hmm. Of them, I don't see any on trade. I have no idea. Hmm. Right, you can get another 16% on a helmet really easily. Hmm. I have heard that before. Centers have 2 rib cages. Yep. They have to. They have to. There's 2 rib cages. Two rib cages. I hate it. I mean, but they do though. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Rib cage. Rib cage. Rib cage. Rib cage. Rib cage down here. Rib cage up there. 2 rib cages. 2 abdomens. Thanks, I hate it. Sent you something worse? I'm sorry, I've seen it, so now you all have to see it. The trouble with centaurs, you know how colts can run almost right away after they're born? Horses can just run, right? Like all of them. But babies can't even hold their heads up. uh. I laughed so hard that I snorted and scared my pop. I timed out a game for this and it was worth it. I hate it, but also love it, but also hate it. You know what? I hate it less than this image though. This one that I would just... Hang on, open image in new tab. Right, I hate it much less than I hate this image, where you can clearly see centaurs have to have 2 rib cages. I hate that. I hate that. I don't like that at all. Wouldn't they? Look, as soon as you see it, it makes sense. I just don't like it. Not only can you not unsee that image now, with the 2 spines and the 2 rib cages and everything, but in any fantasy genre, when you see a centaur from now on, you'd be like looking at its spines and looking at its things. It's horrendous. Well, there's the second spine, one that runs along the base of the horse part like a normal horse, but then the spine makes a sharp 90-degree turn and has to have a big gap so that they can also function bending like this, which means that the one that goes up the human back part basically can't be connected. It can't be one curve because you can always see them bent right over backwards. It would snap bones in half. Ligaments don't work like that. It literally has to be a spine for the human bit and a spine for the... That image did. That image did, but plenty of the others don't. Also, that image didn't. Let me just really quickly This is a spine. It connects to here. This is a separate spine coming out of that bone. This is like a, I don't even know what you want to call this, like a hip bone almost that the spine connects to. This is a separate spine. Or perhaps a second set of shoulder bones, depending on how you want to. Horses. I grew up around horses. My best friend in the entire world since I was 11 is a horse girl, and I do mean a horse girl. Like anything you think of typically, oh, that's horse girl behavior. That's 100% her. I do not even want to know how I got here. Well, this is how it started. Centaurs have 2 rib cages. One there and one there. Okay. They also have 2 spines. This is not one connected bone. That's 2 spines. 2 rib cages and 2 spines. But then it gets a little bit worse, because you know how horses can run almost immediately. Like they're just born and they just like trot off. But babies can't keep their heads up. So run it back. How did we get to centaurs in the first place? I don't know. How did we get anywhere? What do you mean? Don't come in here surprised that there's a weird topic like you're new. At least we're not talking about the scars on my nutsack. Like, what do you want? This conversation goes anywhere. What do you want? Look, I was happy to be derailed because I'm really sad. I don't think that this build that I wanted to make works in, at least in a trade league. And so at least in our private league, I'm a little bit sad about it. It's not going to be strong enough. And now I just want to play my normal bow Deadeye again, but it's gone already. And I just want to like go blast stuff. I just want to blast maps on like a Pathfinder poison build, but it's gone. Coming to chat, drop weird facts, leave without explanation. It's fine. That's a great clip. That is a great clip. Just up to did I wonder? see if I can add that to YouTube as well. Hang on. And Baylor learned to do commands. Baylor's been able to do his own commands for a long time now. He also checks his emails several times a week. Like, not just once a week, but like usually 3 times a week. How do you think I finally actually took one of the sponsors? Lack of faith? To be fair, I have established a precedent. It's been a long growth period. to be fair, Baylor, I check my emails every couple of hours. What the fuck? Yo, do you want to see my email address that isn't for business? Hang on. I'm gonna upset the fuck out of some people right now. This is my personal email address. Right? Not my business one, my personal one. I'm gonna upset the fuck out of some people right now. That is not my business email. Okay? I read my business email like every second day. But my personal email, oh boy. It is not good. Here's the thing. I used to keep on top of it. I used to check it every day. And then I don't know what happened. Something happened and it got to an overwhelming number and now I just don't open it. Now I look at the number and I'm like, 11,000? No. Close. I just close it and I walk away. I can't deal with it at all. I don't know how to deal with it. It's overwhelming. I don't want to. Well, I have a memory of somebody emptying that for you a couple of years ago. Not this one. This is my personal one. The business ones all got straightened out and they're good still. We're good. I'm good with those. We're on top of that. If I ever fall behind on those to the point where they end up in the hundreds, I'll probably get overwhelmed again and just close it off and stop checking. So I can't let that happen. I have to keep on top of them because as soon as it gets to an overwhelming state, I just throw my hands up in the air and walk away. I just go, nope, can't do it, bye. And I just stop reading them. I just leave. If I had to fix that again, I'll cry. It could still use a little bit of help, like a little bit just more organization stuff, but it's not like overwhelmingly behind or anything like it was. Like I'm still checking them. It's just there's some more shit that could just not even come into the inbox. more stuff that I could like turn off, right? But don't worry about that now. When emails get overwhelming, why don't you just delete them all and start fresh? Because I have this worry that something in there is important, and if I delete it, I won't have it. And I am aware that there's some like, oh, idiot, but you're not reading them anyway. But here's the thing. When I find out there's something needed in there, I can still use the search function to find the important thing because I haven't deleted it. And then just mark them as read and archive everything. It's too much. I just close it. Just close it. It's done. It's all fixed. As soon as you close it, no more problems. Because of the parents without the weirdo EB Ivory Tower stuff. Yeah, you don't need to be Ivory Tower. The version I ran wasn't at all. I 6 emails in one eval. Jesus. Right, hang on. I need to visit the bathroom. I'll be back in just a second. Right. Ooh, okay. So what the fuck am I going to do with this character? I cannot build this version. Not at all. And even if I did, it's not as impressive as I thought it was going to be. What am I going to make? How did it end up so short? Don't know. Don't know what I've missed. Lawweave, Eternal Damnation, Transcendence. It's got like not 100% fizz taken as, but still like 78. I don't know. The last time I used this, it was... Hey. I was hoping for a cool KB build. So was I. Feels like I'm missing something, but I don't know what it is. Mage blood. $23k max hits, just not enough. Even the Ellies are lower than I expect the Ellies to be at like 200k. With Transcendence, Lawweave, and like nearly 30,000 armor? Transcendence, Lawweave, Eternal Damnation? They should be at like 200k. Also, my max fire hit and my max cold hit should be the same. There's no reason for me to take less cold damage than I do fire damage. It's only lightning that should be lower than the others. So I'm using a ruby and a taste to hate. And I'm converting everything to just... This is penance brand, I assume? It is. It is. Where'd you find that one? I actually love that one. Even that's lower than I expect it to be. Why?
Shouty, you a full stack of waffle cakes. You gotta pour some syrup on that ass.
Nice. Oh, this isn't using the oh no, it is. It is using the amulet. The thing is, when you use the Law Weave Transcendence Eternal Damnation and you get 20 or 30,000 armor, it used to be that you would get like a 200,000 max fizz hit. And you would do that with only like 3k life, which is what this has. I mean, not that 88k is horrible, right? Like, it's not bad. 88k max fizz hit is still pretty good. Imagine having this gear in trade, by the way, including an original sin and having all these magic jewels. They're great. And then having an adorned that's 116% with all of that. Why is it 116%? Like, when you've got all of this already. Like, sure, 116% adorned, nothing wrong with that. The original sin's like 400 divines. Just that ring on its own. Like, this build is so expensive. Why is there a 16% adorned? It's so expensive. Like, that should just, at that point, you've spent so much money. Just get a perfect one. Why does the tank much better, but it's the same core? Well, they've got suppress and I don't. $114% is 60 div. Sure. Sure. But that ring alone is 400. Right? That ring alone is 400. Plus 2 AoE, really well rolled lore weave. Probably look at it another 70 or 80. This is probably worth 20. This is not really worth that much. That's actually relatively easy to make. Probably 20 or 30. Still though. Like Eternal Damnation's on. Plus 2 spell damage, non-extras, Chaos double damage on a synth base with double damage, flat and chaos. Like, this build? There's no fucking excuse. The only excuse for having an Adorned that bad is that the dude who runs this build has literally just forgotten about his Adorned. Because he's got the money. He's spent way more. Way more. He's wearing like 7 pieces of gear that are all more expensive than a perfect Adorned would be. Or at least like a 140, 145-ish. like he's just forgotten that he could upgrade his Adorned. He got one early and then he started working on the rest of his gear and just straight up forgot about the Adorned. And just never came back to it. I did not have that, no. There's no way I get that either. That doubles his visit. Why? I also don't get this. He has another 7% there that I can't even get. But the is climbing in price so much. Yep. I mean, it usually does. It's just a little exaggerated this league because there's so many divines to be had. Oh, all the times in 2-7 maps can't even drop the relic. Maybe a flex 9 from last league. Alright, let's close this dude off. Wonder what this would be worth in the league right now. I mean, in my opinion, that would be worth less. I would rather have just the normal chaos res than level 23 frostbite that I have to manually cast. It is mana on hit with attacks is insane, but this league, when people want to do poison shit, they just fucking throw on a tincture they don't care about. So this only applies to spells now, this league. Because you just throw on a tincture. So I think this specific league, that would be worth less. I would guess. I mean, there aren't any though, so... What do you mean? I mean, I guess maybe the strength stacking people. Maybe the strength stacking. You're right. Okay. Right, because you get to use the strength stack mod and the boot at the same time. Okay, so for those it would be insane. Original Sin isn't about poison. I mean, the one we were just looking at was. Well, rip. I don't know what to do. I don't think I can fix this in this league. Honestly, I don't even think it's worth fixing in the normal league. The damage survivability, or yes, a little bit of both. A little bit of both. It's very, very, very fun. But is it time to part it out? It might be, but whenever things get parted out, it's always a day behind because I have to make a video about failure. So the things that I find myself wanting to do now are all in Trade League. Like it might just be time for me to go to trade. Because what I want to do you up so easily you can still MF. I don't want to MF. What I want to do is what I think I want to do is be fucking stand-in Grimbro and just be like, here's a strategy. I made a ton of money. This is what it took. This is what it made. Bye, on to the next one. And then here's another strategy that isn't MF. Here's how much money it makes. Here's how you do that. Bye. Fall into the same patterns on a bait and then get bored again? Nah, because that only happens when I go MFing. Which I wasn't planning on doing. I want to do different Atlas strategies and make content on them because it's missing. And way too many people are just like, way too many people are like, I have to MF. And way too many people, including some people in my chat, are like, you're actually trolling yourself if you're not MFing. MFing's the best thing in the world. It's the only option. You're an absolute troll if you're MF. It's wrong. It's wrong. Like, there's so many options. There's so many options. There's so many. The funny thing is it would still be a Pathfinder. I just wouldn't put on Quant gear. Maybe I still start trying a starter build that works? Oh lord. Okay, here's the thing. I still need to make a video, so I can't part this one out. Right? But if I wanted to restart and trade, I wouldn't want to bring much, if anything, out of the private league. But I would want to bring a little bit. I would want to bring maps to just complete my atlas. And like a absolute basic bitch set of gear. Like that would be it. Like a basic bitch set of gear. The story is more compelling.
Oh, there's an island.
Alternatively, we could do the whole thing as like straight up like a 0 to hero to begin with. Like start fresh, absolutely nothing. Get gear. Don't touch MF at all and do 0 to hero. Why no MF? Purely because it's covered everywhere. Purely because it's covered everywhere. Every single place you go is MF right now. I'm not saying I won't MF at all, but I am saying that I don't want to do MF as part of like 0 to hero at all, and I'd like to explore at least 4 or 5 different Atlas strategies that aren't MF and prove that they make money and like they're good and here's how you can do that. And get all that shit done and like push content. And maybe I'll do some MF for fun like at the end of the league. But it doesn't matter. Right? Okay, that seemed to got a pretty good reaction. Anti-magic find 0 to hero ideas. Okay, if I do that, I think it's only fair and appropriate if I also say I don't get to use my normal trader and crafter for the initial 2 hero process. It just has to be me. Just me existing at least until the end of hero part. Right? Second, what do we call hero? We have to define that. When is it define that? When is it done? When have I succeeded? $100 div is far too easy. Clearing my atlas is like, that's the setup. One of the 3. How about one of the 3 big items plus 100 div sitting in my stash? Here's a gold. Yeah, I don't give a fuck about Ubers. I don't care at all. Yeah, 100 div. I'm going to say it doesn't have to be 100 raw div, but my currency tab has to be worth 100 div. Plus a good functioning character with one of the 3 big ticket items on. Like one of those as well. Like good character, functioning, leftover money. I mean, what original sin? One of the 3. I don't know which one yet. We'll see which one I like when I get there. But those are the 3 like big ticket items. Like one of those. Also come back to and other shit is happening. Headhunter is 105 div. I don't think that counts. What are we doing? So we're trying to define what hero is. If I restart fresh in trade to do 0 to hero, what counts as hero? Like when am I done? At what point from a fresh start is the completion of that series? See, I don't care about Ubers. I don't care about depth. I'm not going delving. I don't. Well, this is a economy strategy more than anything, right? This is an economy thing. So, all right. So here's the thing. Here's the thing. This isn't what's a maximum goal I could achieve, right? This is what would count as a hero to like fucking average players or whatever, right? That's why I said it like sarcastically and with quotes, because all right, here's the thing. When I say average player, I have a definition. It might not be what the actual mathematical average of a player is. 0 being absolutely nothing. Yeah, as in start fresh, as in don't merge. So my definition of like average player is what in my mind is the average player that matters. And for that, in my brain, means that you regularly, when you play a league, are able to clear your tier 16 maps and get to there and maintain them. It does not mean killing Ubers. It doesn't mean getting incredibly good money or incredibly good gear. Your average player is just able to get to tier 16 maps over the course of a league. Not in a day or two, just eventually gets there and can maintain maps. And so that's not your mathematical average. That's your average player that matters for the sake of things like balance or making Atlas strategies or anything like that, right? Because your average player doesn't kill Brutus. More people quit in the first act than make it through the campaign. So your mathematical average is irrelevant. So we're talking about the average of people that like matter for balance purposes, right? So when I talk about average player, I'm talking about the person who makes it to higher tier red maps and can maintain there eventually by the end of the league, right? Not quickly. I'm not talking like I'm in tier 16 maps on day 2. I just mean eventually you get there. That's the average Andy that I'm talking about. That person. Of it's like when I get to tier 16s, but I don't do Ubers. So I'd say like 100 div plus a belt. Yeah, I think 100 div in my currency tab plus a belt plus a big functioning character. I'm gonna call that like finished of that series. I'm also not gonna touch quant magic find bullshit shenanigans at all. Don't do essences either.
Swift and silent, you stole the bounty of others. A crow that plunders our crops. A stray dog that slaughters our sheep. Oriath is a land of men, not animals. Think on that, Ranger.
I don't think there's a problem with essences.
How to truly live like an animal.
I don't think essences will be... Yeah, that ready to go? And what ready to go? Even many of me. Why wouldn't you do them? It's like no effort, right? Like you can literally make like 20-25 div an hour running unrolled white maps. Like
I've not seen a wilderness like this before.
Like why would you not do that? Why would you not count that? Like that would be something. That would be one of them for sure. Would a poison lightning arrow Pathfinder work? Yeah. I don't see why it wouldn't.
I'm still breathing, that's a good sign.
You finally got the big one.
And copy to help them. I feel like I'd need to do more planning if I wanted to do that. Like I'd need to plan out my actual build and kind of have an idea of what the fuck I was doing. I'm aware that there's no overlay. We're already back in Path of Building. There's no way that I start anything except regular non-poison caustic arrow. Is way too fucking strong. Such a good start. There's probably already a full guide that I can just yoink. Let's try that. That's of no use to me. Don't know where that one came from. How about this one? Put it in the quiver. Is not the right link. I mean, this is the League Start link from Zizran's YouTube, the one done with Karatha. Oh yeah, yeah. I opened that and closed it immediately. So there's this version, or there's the totem version. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, so this one's Garatha's. What about the other one? Let's look at endgame with cluster. Ends up with 18 million DPS. Now, where is the other one? Does someone for a migrate? I don't think, well, I mean, if I migrate, fucking probably everyone else does too, but the league is still available and plenty of people are still playing in it right now. So this is the thing. This is the totem one. I already hate this one more. Just squishier everywhere and with less DPS. The only thing it has is more movement speed. It does have more movement speed. But all I really need to add to this is I think it doesn't have onslaught. Give it onslaught, it's got nearly as much movement speed. I'll give it onslaught, no problem. I think the totems are definitely an easier playstyle. They're definitely like easier for easier for new players to follow along and whatnot, but I think that self-casting it is just better. Also, it'll be really interesting to see how far and how good this build becomes when you don't put quant gear into it, because everyone's got quant gear into it and I had quant gear on it and everything. And so not putting quant gear on it is like a lot of extra, there's a lot of extra power, right? There's also like no way I do this shit. I also won't need grace. I'll also be using a different amulet. So I have a little less DPS, but I'll be significantly tankier. It's hilarious to clear with. Nah, I'm good. He updated the build a few times. Let's have a look real quick. Gratha. Pewee. Gratha. Here you are. Videos. King's Day 1. Day 2 or 3 update. Let's have a look at the day 2 or 3 update real quick. Frenzy and Mana Forged, good. I like it. I like it. I like it a lot. That's fine. I think I'll end up with a thread here for sure. Too good. Thread here is too good. As if you don't use the explode pop gloves though. As if you don't use the explode pop gloves. You definitely use the explode pop gloves. Okay, let's look at his day 6. He's got fucking Purity of Fire on? What the fuck? Couldn't get a Purity of Elements on hardcore trade, so settled for Purity of Fire. Ah, that makes sense. That makes sense. He's gonna get ailment immunity through that instead. That makes sense. Excuse me. Yes, yes. Sure. Yes. Garatha does this like so well. It does this like almost exactly how I would want to do it. Like he's a little more tanky than I would make it. But that's just because he's in hardcore. Right? Like his pathing is just great. Been playing them on and off for a few leagues now. Okay, well, I guess I will start off this one that has like early game, mid. So at least I have an idea what's going on. Costiero. Start to liberalista or storm around a manifold to get the tincture issue. Okay. 30% from Herald of Agony gives 20. And Glove gives us 10. Elders give us. Bow gives us. Okay. Use a ballista until you get mana forge. Cool. Character. Does merge out of the poison tincture? No, I create a new character. It has to be totally fresh. Her unreserved mana seems to be not settled. I assume that there's just a Val gem whenever I see that. Okay, I don't know what's going on there. Oh wait, yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. Hang on. This is fine. Right? I only changed the... Is it fine? I'm not going to be able to afford that. Don't worry, I can sort it out as I go anyway. Don't use anger. Never would anyway. So the way you would start this is you would just start with regular caustic arrow, right? You come over, you grab that, you grab this. You get a little bit of life on hit and a little bit of life. Get your extra prod, get your extra prod, get your extra prod. You just regular caustic arrow and toxic rain for a little while. Until you either get lucky or can afford to buy to change over to poison. And Lucia nurses everything to life tap. That's what I did. I usually put all my mana forges on life tap, but not my main. If you just that the mana leech, life leech node on its own, plus the on hit, is usually enough to comfortably sustain one attack all the time. But you mana forge all the life taps. Right, hang on. I'll be back in just a moment. I'm home. Welcome home. Looking into the perfect dance ability, I think there's an awful lot of impale. What does it take to make Spectre survive on a build that doesn't normally build minions? At least one cluster, at least one minion wheel, at least one mastery, and a 4-link. You're probably not going to be able to do it.
Fine work.
Oh, whoops. Did I transfer to? I didn't transfer. Fresh. But I don't know if I'm actually going to start right now or if I'm going to start tomorrow. If I start tomorrow, it can be a whole video that's like one go and I can clip it and upload it for leveling purposes and shit like that. And it'll also make better daily video stuff. But I don't know if people really need that much help leveling. Maybe I'll just level. So I'm only going to be here for another probably hour and a half today anyway, so it's not like I'm going to get the maps. I'm leveling gear? No, I want nothing. Fresh, no help. Fresh, no help. I'm not even using my trader or my crafter for this. I'm on my own. Imagine me doing all my own trades and crafts. Oh, I'm not doing MF at all. That's part of the thing. 0 to hero, but we're not touching magic find stuff at all. 0 to hero, no magic find. The hero is defined as good functioning character in the end game with one of the belts on, whichever belt I like. Headhunter or Mageblood, and 100 divines worth of money in my stash at the same time. Whoa! Ah, fucking most dangerous zone. Okay. All right. Jesus. 1 week, that's enough. I imagine about that. If I had to guess, I'd say about a week. Earning like another headhunter when you've already got one is like a day. But getting from 0 to that first one, a week is pretty reasonable. Yeah, that's why it's also like a fully functional, well-geared character and 100 divines. I'm not really going to count today as a day because I'm gone in an hour and a half. So like I'm not even going to be at Katava 5. Right? Oh my god, rowers, go away. You're the worst. Stop it. This is the most dangerous zone. The next thing that's dangerous after this is Ubers. It's Mudflats Act 1 and then Ubers in terms of danger. Oh, it's Trade League. Thank God. Yes. Trade League. I'm so glad they didn't have time to rework the other acts. I almost wish that they would. It's so jarringly more difficult in Act 1 than it is in everything after that. Like it's so jarringly more difficult in Act 1. At least if the whole campaign was that jarringly difficult, it would make sense.
Freeze!
That would only slow me down.
Hey, I want that. People who never got off the beach. Never touched it. Maybe how many people that actually happened to. So we did get told, this would have been like 2 or 3 years ago now. But if by the numbers, if purely by the numbers, they had to denote an average player, then the average player of this video game never killed Brutus. Which means more than 50% of the people who play the game have quit in some point in Act 1. Which is crazy, right? Like, it sounds crazy. But then you think about it for a second, you're like, well...
Farewell.
I've seen you before. I'd almost stop believing.
You quit after opening the skill tree? Fair. Yo, I can't even put dash in. I need to pick up some items off the floor. What am I doing? Remember like 5 times and then quit a day later. I've heard about that a few times this league as well. People make it 2 maps and then they suddenly feel like they're without direction. Like they don't know what to do now. And then they just like quit.
brings strength. That's nature for you.
First place it was like that, 50 hours to maps and then I didn't know what to do and died over and over again, so quit. It's something I never would have thought of, that, by the way. Like people quitting when they get to maps because of things like that. Never would have thought of that. Until a few different people said at this league that like that had happened to them. It's just one of those, it's incredibly hard to put yourself in the position of like other people. Book 2 felt like a story and we have none of that now. Yeah, like we've still got, from just a pure quest perspective, we've still got like Eater and Exarch, right? And like, to a lesser extent, Maven. But I don't really think that that's telling a story at all. Like, it doesn't feel like it's telling a story. If it is telling a story, I don't fucking know what it is. Kill the blue thing, kill the red thing. I don't know. They also like, yeah, they don't show up until like yellow and red maps respectively.
Poor corrupted creature.
Whereas when it was Shaper and Elder, that whole thing felt like a story that was really quite well told as well. So all we're doing now is just progressing and looking for green links. I need all of the green links. Hopefully we get green everywhere. Green red. Like that, but better. I can use green red, but I do already have a green red bow. It's not like what I want either. I can use it though. Void stones are bad for new players and 100% won't even reach the void stones. So I really like void stones as how they changed the atlas, but I really don't like how long it takes to get the very first one. It feels like you have no void stones, no void stones, no void stones, and then you have 3 void stones instantly. It feels like you get red and blue very close together, and then you're not far off doing Maven at that point. And so pretty quickly afterwards you have the 3rd one. And then you go from nothing to at least 2 if not 3 really quickly, and then a real long time to get the 4th one. Which doesn't really feel great for like progression purposes for new players. It's fine for me, but it like, the telling a story part of it isn't great. Like there's a gap in the story of like for most inexperienced players, like 30 to 50 hours of game time. There's just no new story. That's a long time. All right, quests done. "99% of players never kill Maven like ever." So that's not true, because we know from stats they've showed us that like 8% of players get all 4 watchstones.
Got a job for you, if you're willing.
At least 8% of players that have played more than one league that return to play the league. So that's still an astonishingly low number, but let's not overstate it, right? Yoink.
Farewell.
What little help I can offer.
Yoink. Strength solved.
Take care.
That's fine. And then we're going to do... Okay, we can't even buy another thing yet.
Be well.
Oh, void stone, I keep it become even ever. That was just talking about people who have void stones. I imagine there's a very, very large amount of people who the only reason they have void stones is because they buy a carry. I would imagine that there's a lot of those.
My mana is gone. I'm not up to that just yet.
So now I have 2 3-links. So my 1 3-link is good. I'm going to set up a totem 3-link in that red setup for now. I like Mana Forge way more, but I don't have 3 greens, so... Hot take, Eda is the only good boss GDG ever designed. Have you seen it, Ziri? Numerically, Ziri has fallen way behind. But it's like one of the best designed fights I've ever played in any game. It's so good. Okay, I like to take this almost immediately first. You might want to take life first, but for me, I want the stats and the mana. Who needs life? Sometimes I'll just die. That's fine. Or Krugel. Yeah, I know there's so many good boss fights. There's a few bad ones, but there are so many good boss fights in this game. Many of them, unfortunately, aren't worth doing. But that's a different problem. That's an entirely different problem, that one. Okay, I can't help it. I know. There's no need to kill this boss. Why are you killing the zone unique? I know. I just can't help it. I can't stop myself. He's got an orange name. You're supposed to want to kill them. Should have ran past. Fuck. Damn it. Ah. Guys, you're not supposed to kill them. Just letting you know. I was actually just showing everyone why you don't fight those. That was educational content. That sounded believable, didn't it? Fight it again. This time you kill it for sure. I want to run back again, man.
In a place like this.
I don't want to run back again.
The tale of...
Oh man, you can mana forged arrow now. But I don't have another green. We're just going to grab a bullet. Well, we're not even going to grab a ballista totem. We're just going to have nothing, I guess. There you go.
What little help I can...
I can't life tap.
God hasn't abandoned us.
Just thought I'd check. Oh, I nearly just ran the other way, which would be away from the trial, which I assume is over here. You know what they say about assume, Baylor. You're doing it again. Why are you killing chatters? But he's a unique.
As the prey grows more fierce,
You're supposed to kill uniques. There's no way you'll be peeling? No. Would include leveling unique items. That'd be cool. That'd be cool if like the zone bosses, the optional ones, not the actual bosses, but like the optional zone bosses had like greatly increased chances to drop things like Wanderlust.
is the strongest metal of them all.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Oh my god. Precision haste. Okay, bud. I'm gonna need you to calm down all the way. All the way calmed. Relax. People to have shorter leveling. They already confirmed that it will be. They want on launch for like the average returning player to take roughly the same amount of time to do the PoE 2 campaign as they do currently to do the PoE 1 campaign. Which they then said would mean once you get to know it and you get good at it, it should be a little bit quicker than the current campaign, but not by too much. So it'll be a little bit quicker, but still very comparable. From that, I'm extrapolating. I would guess if it currently takes you 8 hours to do the campaign, it'll probably take you 6.5 to 7 to do the PoE 2 campaign. Like it'll be like a little bit easier, but not by a large amount. So ideally, I would have my second third link right now, and there would be totems firing, and I would be doing about double the DPS. Or I'd have picked up a rare bow of some kind, so I had some damage. But neither of those things happened, so I'm just gonna slowly kill him till he dies. Or he's gonna kill me. That could happen too. But it didn't.
I've done for you what I would do for any wounded animal, Brutus.
For some.
Have it. Oh, thought I was gonna get movement speed then. Just for a split second, I thought I was gonna have some movement speed. Didn't happen.
Goodbye.
Farewell.
Yes? Goodbye.
Welcome to in-game bosses in PoE. I think it's really hard to try and draw a comparison between how the bosses are going to be or how the leveling experience is going to be, when as far as I can tell from everything I have seen from PoE 2, it's basically a new game. Like, it's not really... Like, I feel as silly trying to compare it to PoE 1 as I feel when people try and compare, like, Last Epoch and Torchlight and and Diablo 3 and 4 and all of those sort of things. Like, it's a whole new game. It looks different. It feels really different. All the systems are different. It's just set in a world that we already know really well. Right? And we're going to have some of the iconic things that we're used to seeing. But it's a different game. I think at this point, we're so close to the beta that, like, trying to be like, Pee-wee 2 will be like this or Pee-wee 2 will be like that has lost
Life
its
and death live side by side.
use.
This is a strange land.
Because I didn't mind talking about like potential problems that we thought might happen in Pee-wee 2 when it was an indeterminate amount of time away, and we were just like theoretically talking about something that might happen in a few years, and I hope they don't do this, but it's so close now that I'm just like, well, we'll just see in a minute, won't we? Right? Like, we'll see in a minute. Yo, I want my essence. Die, rower. I want my essence. Oh, that will not happen, I don't believe. Or at the very least, it won't happen for several years. The text is at least 50% of the value. Sing along to my stereo. Bum, bum. Bella, do you want some twink leveling gear I'm not using? Nope. Everything is fresh. I could have just merged out with some leveling gear and a little bit of basic currency and like maps and whatnot if I wanted to. When I'm fresh? Yep, not just fresh. I'm also, at least for this little series, I'm not going to be doing, using my, a trader or a crafter or anything like that. Just me playing alone. 'Cause I'm all alone. There's nobody here beside me. You're not supposed to kill this guy either, so everybody knows. you're supposed to just like pick this up and leave, but alright, hit movement speed. I dare you to. I dare you to hit movement speed. I dare you to hit movement speed. Well, that's unfortunate.
If you must take... While we live, we are blessed.
Still alive. Still alive, are we?
Damn. Okay.
Stay sharp out there.
I just appreciate how disgusting that essence is real quick. Just for a second. What the hell is that? Unfortunately, I'm just leveling caustic arrow. So like right now there's still a hit component, but like
I'm not up to that just yet.
I'll tell you right now, if I trade and not merge again because I want to really want to. No. So what I would do if I was going to merge is I would take just like a handful of currency and just some like twink leveling gear, even if it's not the 7 league steps, because like maybe there's not enough of those and you don't want to take them out of the league. At least bring like a wanderlust and a gold rim and something like that. You know, just like have a start. Less than 20 cent trade anyway. 7 league steps. Nice. Yeah. Bring yourself out with like 2 or 3 divines maybe and like 200 chaos, so that you've got like a starting point, right?
At last, I have so much I wish to share with you.
This is love's true face!
Corrupted 6-link of the right colors. Honestly, we've got so many 6-links, you could easily just pick up a 6-link. A real one. A real uncorrupted one. Throw like 2 greed essences on it or something.
Your love for a man, that's what did this to you, Mervale.
So here's the real question. Am I early enough to encounter things? What the fuck? I forgot there was an intro.
So, my
I forgot about that.
were real. That would only slow me down.
Level 16 for meeting the people? Okay.
I'm not up to that just yet.
So this wasn't worth, unless it was not worth. Yeah.
That would only slow me down.
No. I actually don't need that anyway. Is there some trick to enable overall support? Trinity? Do you mean Trinity support? Resonance.
One rung closer.
In the config tab, it says lowest resonance count. Set that to 25. $25's the max for Trinity. You can set it to 50 if you want, but it doesn't do anything. Damn it. Can't help it. Shouldn't be killing these. Okay, tomorrow we'll stop killing these bosses. Uh, 5 hours is a new character. It's also in Affliction League. Need anything? No. So we did a informal poll of chat to see what people would like from the things that I wanted to do. And so what we're doing right now is basically just going to be a Zero to Hero series, except without Magic Find It All. The definition of hero has been set. Have one of the belts, whichever one you prefer. A good functioning character that does tier 16 maps and 100 div in your stash. No MF at all. Shouldn't be too hard. At all. But also, no handouts, no helping, no trader, no crafter. Right? Not using all of that normal stuff that I do use. Do we define no MF? I mean, don't put quantum rarity onto your character? Like, what's... That would be silly. That's gotten ready. Not to my character, it's not. Because the built drops don't count. I don't see myself getting one of those, but sure. Can you stop moving, bud? Please, thanks. If I had a spare transmute, I'd have totems right now that were doing good damage.
Rats. A feast for rats now.
I have seen.
I have transmutes. No, I have transmutes. What am I doing?
Going.
I just didn't have a totem set up because I thought I didn't have any transmutes. Got 7 of them.
I thought you...
Pay attention, Baylor. Volley, 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 volley. There you are.
God hasn't abandoned us.
I bet this league will hurt the game in the long run because there's so much loot. No. No. No, we'll be fine. Hello. My first unique.
I'm not up to that just yet. Luxury and cruelty.
I don't see how anyone can make any statements about what next league's gonna be like. You'll need to calm down. We don't even know what it is. Relax. Guaranteed it'll be less loot. Fucking savant clairvoyant over here. You should use that power to see into the future to buy lotto tickets instead of predict the next PoE league. That'd be much better use of your powers.
Ready, exile! It is time to hunt! This land.
Greetings. You may approach. Share my...
Man, I want that one. This one's of no use to me. I think Sentinel was more loot. Sentinel was not more loot. This is far more loot than Sentinel gave.
This one is captured.
I could easily make an argument that this is the new standard and how every league will be. Of course, I'd be making it up just as much as you're making it up. It's not based in anything or any amount of knowledge at all. But I could do it. It's based on how much they're going to pull you back. All right, cool. So the reason we've got so much lead this league is because this is the new standard for PoE 1. Now that they've solidified this distinction between PoE 1 and PoE 2, and that PoE 2 is going to be the slower, methodical game, they've decided it's fine to give us the speed and the juice back in PoE 1. So this is the new standard going forward. I made that up just like you made it up, but it sounded good. I've got no fucking idea. My idea is just as valid as yours. Why do you want bad things to happen? Like, just play the game, man. Damn it, I forgot I had to do the trial. Nemesis level. Really?
I'm not up.
I did not know that. That is incredibly low level. I did not realize that. I can say one thing for sure about next league. It's the only one thing for sure that anybody can say about next league unless you literally work in the building. It'll definitely be the league after this one.
There is a fine line.
That's all you got.
Consideration and hesitation.
That's all you got.
Is wisdom. The latter.
It'll definitely be the league after this one, all right?
Yes?
There's a good reason I'm pushing back this hard against that sort of like rhetoric of everything's doomed. Imagine you start a relationship like that. Just for a minute. Imagine you start getting into a relationship and all you think and all you tell people is, ah, yeah, I really like it now, but I'm sure a month from now it's going to be trash. I'm going to want out.
Farewell.
Like, how well is that going to go?
The little help I can offer is yours. Farewell.
Surreal. Going pretty good. Oh my god, it just occurred to me I can fully MTX out my character. Hang on, we have to stop progression. Halt. Halt. What do we look like? We've got to do the important things. Somebody pick a color. A theme of some sort. Theme 70s nightclub. There's a lot of purple, but I could go with this kind of like dark, but a bit of purple in it. Oh my god, the rings, the rings. Oh, my ring. Oh, it's gonna reset when I put it on. Oh, my ring. Oh no. Buy another one. Nah. Nah. I'll just reset it. That's what I was gonna do. I was gonna take a screenshot real quick. And it's gone. All right, let's go. So a bit of purpley, but dark looking. Divergent hood? Maybe. Yo, look at the eyes in this thing. Oh no. Yeah, I'm alright with that. Big bow. I assume that's extra proj charms. Yes. No, no, no. Something's wrong here. Something doesn't suit. It's the bow. The biggest three were purple, dark themed, and light and white. So I went with trying to mix all three of them together. And this is what I came up with. Don't need any footprints, actually. And a portal. The last but most important part. That one. If I had the goblins, I'd run those. If I had the goblins, I'd run them. Night Lotus for the helmet. M? No, N. Night Lote. Oh, that's cool. Oh yeah, that does look cool. Yeah, you're right. Although that actually should be the whole look. That actually should be the whole look is the new stuff. 100% that should be the whole look. I should have just gone with that the whole time. That's way cooler. That's way cooler. Make your Mirage Archer less shit, please. Sorry, my bad. Stygian or Suffering? Probably Stygian. I think it automatically goes to the maximum tier you have. Yeah. Highest tier unlocked. Because of boots of gems. Not for long.
Hunter.
Damn it.
Tread softly.
I've got to like find out what the price of these things are.
Keep learning.
I'm not up to that just yet.
I tell you what, I'll find something to drop if I hit that guy and I don't have like green sockets to go elsewhere. And I have to like, I guess just dash and blink arrow. I'll find a way to not wear anything in my boots. Don't you worry about that. You're doing your wildwoods? Yeah.
Shine boldly, so that all may find you when the night falls.
I give you to the earth.
Oh, forest. Jesus. See, I'm not really bothered at all by like quote unquote how far behind I am. I had so much fun in the private league. That was a great start. And like the same thing exactly that made the MFing the best right now is also made the private league significantly better than it would have been. Like that exact same thing that people are like, but you're missing the MF. And I'm like, yeah, but this is also the best time to be doing this.
Ready, Exile?
So next league start, we'll be back in trade. We're going to be doing alternating leagues from now on, at least for the foreseeable future, because it was very fun. There'll be a little bit more, what do you call it? Organization behind the next one. A bit more structure. Boring. That's all right. I have no intention of doing MF for this series. I'm real tempted to just like reset the zone over and over again until I get the thing I need.
Looks like this land and I are coming to an understanding.
Big MF guy skips the MF league. So here's the thing. Why I'm MFing normally most of the time and why I'm far less interested this league excuse me, is because the thing I want the most out of an ARPG is to just kill mobs and have loot drop on the floor. And for the past more than a year, that's not been the way the game works. So the only way to get that is to MF the shit out of things, because that's actually just not how it works. You don't just kill mobs and have loot drop on the floor. That's not real. That's not how the game plays. This league, everybody just kills mobs and has loot drop on the floor. Well, that's already the thing I want. So I really need to throw MF on top of that, because I'm already getting stuff dropping on the floor, which is what I want. Some truly cooked takes from anybody who's like, remove MF. It's literally like a core feature of the entire genre. Not just this game, like the entire genre. From the early 90s until now. Like, why don't we just remove monsters? How about we don't kill monsters for loot? We just talk to NPCs to get XP. You can try. This is not the game we're playing, man. It's the whole genre's got MF in it. It's just part of, like, it's integral to ARPGs as a whole. Like, I don't know why people suddenly don't like it. Suddenly? Yeah, suddenly. Like the last year and a half of the 30 years of ARPG history where MF has suddenly has been a thing.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Oh, hi. Thanks for checking in. I'm still a piece of garbage.
D4 doesn't have MF. Yeah. And everybody hates it. Even the full-time D4 content creators. Coincidence? Last default couldn't put anything in that improves alters and drops, at least not in the same player as power. MF isn't really a thing. That game's not even launched yet. There's plenty of time for them to add some quant farming. Plenty of time. That game isn't even live.
I hate to pluck a pretty flower, even a poisonous one like you.
So almost as proof of my statement itself, the only two ARPGs anybody can think of are the one everyone hates and is jumping ship from, including all of the like full-time content creators who are like Diablo people, or one that hasn't finished building a game for release yet. Those are the only two. MF is core to ARPGs. It would be a problem if MFing was something you had to do. If you were forced into MFing because nothing else was at any profit at all, that would be a problem. That is not the case. It's definitely possible to make a good ARPG without MF. Yes, it's also definitely possible to make a good ARPG without minions. Why though? Why though?
I'm not up to that just yet.
Yes. The MF meta is exactly why there are so many other things that are so incredibly profitable. Whatever playstyle it is you're doing right now that you feel like hasn't been that profitable in the past, that you're now making really good money on, the MF meta is the reason you can do that. The MF meta is the reason that that exists. You don't have to do it. And if you don't like it, don't. It's not the only option. But you don't want it removed. Like that doesn't... You don't want it removed. It's the reason that the thing you're doing is profitable too. Magic Find matters by my tainted oils are like 3 divines or more, and it's so profitable to farm maps. Yep, and delve and boss rushing of all 3 kinds, and harvest juice is propped up even harder than normal, and Sanctum is even more profitable than it normally is, which is crazy because Sanctum was already super profitable. Like you can do everything, man. And it's all propped up on the back of Magic Find. When Magic Find is in a really good place, the entire game is in a really good place. When Magic Find is in a really good place, the entire economy is in a really good place. And when Magic Find is trash, the entire economy is trash.
Travel far.
Hello.
Hello.
Well, shit. Okay.
Travel far.
Actually, check out the echo modifiers. Those are echo modifiers. That's just juice. MF doesn't refer to anything in the game that could improve the quantity or rarity of items. It refers specifically to gear you put on your character that lowers your character power in order to gain more reward. So quantity and rarity or whatever that's called, where you take power away from your character. You're replacing pieces of gear to do it. That's what MF is. Any not modifiers to your map or modifiers to your echolocation, echoes or like things like that. That's just colloquially referred to as juice. That's just juice. You can add juice, right? That's not MF.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Confirmed. Bayless dolphin.
Do some good for once in your sorry life, bandit. Feed the worms.
Una mountain And then trade that makes more sense. Yep. Trade. Come on, move speed. Aw. Aw. Give me move speed.
You see, I am sure. Keep your wits about. What trouble?
Wait, why do I have this in my inventory? Did I never...
Please understand that as a gentleman of honor, it pains me greatly to do
I'm starting to think you just like the campaign. I mean, I do like the campaign. I do enjoy leveling.
I'm sure
To be honest, I'm a little weirded out every time somebody says they don't.
precisely the same.
You were a good man in a bad situation, Fairgraves.
Movement speed. Decided on what the build's gonna be yet? One of the two.
I am Yina.
One of the two poison builds. I don't know which one. Hey Bella, I put together my Costigar build and it feels really weak. Are there any common mistakes that people would use to brick the build? Which version of Costigar? Like a real one or like a Costigar of poison, totem, or self-cast?
Yes? Take care.
Poison self-cast. Mana Forged setups? Otherwise, not having enough poison chance for the extra mana forge skills that you're using. Because Costigar of Poison has 40% baked in, but we use a bunch of mana forges to put a bunch more arrows out and none of them do. So the Wildwoods. Yeah, I'm going into them when I remember.
I'm not up to that just yet.
For some reason, I only seem to remember on outdoor maps. It's not intentional. It just keeps happening. actually turning off your tincture is something that's like super common. I've done it a few times. I actually rebinded my tincture slot. Like right now, my 4th slot is not bindable. Like not usable. When I press 4, nothing happens because it's rebound. And it's got a highlight around it. It's on there. That's all I can think of. Those things.
This shouldn't be happening. Not in the world I know.
This ready, exile? It is time to hunt.
Can't do tincture pills because the backpack will bust. The backpack is the only part that I am like really insistent. Just needs to go core. Give me the backpack. Like I actually legitimately don't even care if we lose our juice. And we're back to like normal next league. But I really care if we don't have a backpack. Or just a bigger inventory? I'd actually much rather have the secondary inventory than just a bigger inventory. Much rather. It's really nice to have a place to put all the maps I've just rolled and this and that. Like, I like to be able to put my wisdom scrolls and my portals and my and the maps that I've pre-rolled and all of that stuff in the backpack. And just hard enough you feel that also. I will not be doing that at all this league. I've got next to no interest in magic finding this league.
Greetings. Tread softly.
I'm not up to that just yet.
For days. I wasn't even MFing though. Like I had a gold worm and 2 medium venters on and that was it. No other quant gear, no other rarity, no timeless jewels, no rarity link, no gold flask, no divination distillate. Like I was barely even MFing. Lingered awfully long on it. I played it for 3 days. I don't think I did. Is it the end of the years? Oh no, to be clear, if I wasn't making content, I'd be magic finding already. There's just absolutely no value to me magic finding. None. Like if you want to learn magic find, just watch one of the 750 videos that are only about magic finding. Click on any other stream. There's like an 85 to 90% chance if you pick at random, you'll find somebody magic finding. I don't need to do that too. Doesn't add any value to anybody. Like, it's not bad, it's fine. If you want to do it, great. But like, I don't need to be... there's no value add to magic finding. There's no value add to me magic finding at all. Go in the thing still.
I'm not up to that just yet.
You again? Putting back active armor with a freeze money doesn't actually work. There could be a bug. Not to my knowledge. It does not make you immune to chill, just freeze.
How goes it?
And for the first map lost 6 portals in 30 seconds. That's real quick. Did you roll reflect on your first map?
I'm not up to that just yet.
Oh. I was gonna ID stuff. I don't have anything to... I don't have any ID scrolls. It goes cool. They'll probably remove the project interaction with Abyss. I'm honestly surprised they didn't just mid-league or like make them not drop loot or something. It's obviously not happening, but I half expected it. Okay, note to self, don't do the Wildwood when there's an act boss. It takes so much less damage. For the soul as well, it took forever on League Start. Yeah, the longest Val oversoul of my life. Longest Val oversoul of my life. I learned that the hard way on Dominus on my League Start. Oh no. Oh, a chaos orb.
That would only slow me down.
That's something.
Spread the word amongst your kind.
Hello.
Doing best was a quick way to link my Cloak of Defiance.
Ready, exile?
I forget what Cloak of Defiance even is. I mean, technically speaking, the best way is to just throw fuses in it and ask in global for more fuses to see if anyone else has them. First, you should double check that there isn't already a 6th link just sitting around.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Talk to her. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Did I talk to her? Ah, hang on, no, I turned around, it's fine. That doesn't count as missing it. Oh, fucking pull yourself together, idiot. Oh. I'd like to see the progress. I'm actually off to bed as well. This is where I'm gonna end it. But from tomorrow on, we're doing this. I did say I wasn't going to get far today. I considered not even starting today because I knew I was going to get off quickly, but I didn't want to do anything else. So here we are. Finally get you. I mean, I'm not doing any of the quant farming stuff. No MF. That's the deal. Or at least until I fulfill the duties. Got stuff to do. Let's we're gonna make a video on it first, on the plan. Make sure that goes out, and then tomorrow we're starting in the we're gonna finish this and start progressing fresh. That should be weird to do this deep into a league, but here we are. I will see everybody tomorrow.